Okay, we're good, Mayor.
Mr. Brown, turn your phone right.
Okay, you see it?
Sideways.
Yeah, that's the. Close it.
We're ready to go, Mayor. I can't hear you, Mayor.
Jeff, are we back on the floor?
Yes, sir, but it looks like the mayor's, we're not able to hear him.
We're back. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're back on the floor. Madam Clerk, we'll call this meeting to order.
Yes, sir. Roll call attendance, Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Franham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sun,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Here.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have an attendance to a quorum established.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. We're here for the purpose of the special call meeting, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
We'll proceed as I'm a little outgunned right now. For some reason, I left my notebook at home. So I'm trying to get all my pieces together here.
Okay, you want to entertain a motion to go into legal?
I do.
Okay.
We were going to do the special call, Madam Clerk. We were going to take care of the special call meeting stuff first.
What, the mask?
Right.
Okay.
Go ahead and address
Item
that.
number 3, okay.
Yes.
Item number 3 is an ordinance to require that face coverings or masks be worn in Augusta, Georgia governmental buildings during the COVID-19 public health emergency and recovery.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. You have attached to your agenda a draft ordinance requiring that face masks or face coverings be worn in governmental buildings of Augusta, Georgia during the COVID-19 public health emergency and recovery. I would like to point out to you on yesterday, for the first time, GMA did prepare and draft a draft face covering, face mask policy, but significantly, they did make note that the General Counsel for Office for GMA stated that it has the understanding that the governor's office has verbally agreed to local governments being allowed to require face masks. And with that, they prepared a face mask policy. You have an ordinance before you. The difference between that policy and this ordinance is that you had indicated that you would have martial enforcement in at least some of our locations. If enforcement is going to be, then you need to have in your ordinance provisions for penalty if it is violated. So the ordinance has a penalty provision, which is our standard code enforcement code violation provision. The GMA's policy draft did not have a penalty provision in it. I just want to bring that to the attention of the commission. But I do recommend that if you are going to have actual enforcement by the marshal in places such as municipal building, et cetera, then we will recommend still that you go with the ordinance and to have the proper penalty provisions.
All right, I thank you, Attorney Brown. We're going to have some debate about this. Let me mention a few things. One, as it relates to GMA and them sending out this model policy, I've been a part of these conversations for the last several weeks. I sit on the GMA advisory committee to the governor, and this is a discussion that some 22 leaders that the governor picked have been discussing. The governor continues to relax his previous executive orders around our inability to implement and or affect these things at the local level. And so as I fully understand it, and I believe this holds true in our conversations that we are having weekly as it relates to this, as well as our conference call weekly with the governor's office, that the governor did not want to mandate a statewide face covering executive order, but is now yielded to the local governments in order to be able to implement policies of this magnitude. So with that, I want to leave it there. I'm going to the commissioner from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You knew as well as everybody else that my statements were coming. Once again, I want to make a preference that I want everybody to be safe. I don't want anybody to get sick. I certainly don't want anybody to die. But I am concerned with constitutional stipulations, and even in the ordinary judicial, according to the Constitution, can only be suspended in the event of war, invasion, or rebellion. And furthermore, not even the president, state, or local governments can do that. That has to be an act of Congress. I strongly recommend that we urge people, but forcing people is a violation of personal rights. Also, the fine and or jail term is excessive, and so I think we're not only stepping on, but I think we're stomping on the First, Fourth, Fifth, and Eighth Amendments. I think there's a great possibility that we're going to have constitutional backlash on this. I think we may have lawsuits coming on this. I think that we should encourage, but not dictate, that people have to wear a mask. And then even a 2-year-old and up, that's to me is ludicrous. It's, we have to accept personal responsibility. So if we don't feel safe, we stay at home. If we don't, I just think that we're setting a bad precedent. But of course, as always, y'all will do what you want to do. So, but I had to put my 2 cents worth in. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you
Commissioner from the 9th, I got your hands. I got them.
Mr. Mayor, I guess my question goes to the attorney as to, you talked about some of our buildings. If we're going to enforce something, how would the taxpayer know which one is going to be enforced or which one is under the ordinance or not? If it's going to be a citywide thing, then it ought to be all our facilities, not just some of them. I'm thinking we're getting off on the wrong track too, but that's my personal opinion. But I just don't think we can not have something set for all our facilities if we're going to do this. Now, I disagree with the mask. Some people wearing masks because they feel threatened and they want to be safe. But you can't tell people who don't want to do that. That's like smoking. I don't smoke because I can't afford them, but people want to smoke, and even though it's dangerous to their health, they still smoke. That's a choice they make. And if they concerned and they want to wear a mask, we shouldn't stop them. but I don't think we ought to be telling people to wear masks. I'm looking for my attorney to come back and tell me what facility is going to be under the code and what facility is not. Because we really going to end up in a situation if we do that. So can I hear from the attorney?
Attorney Brown.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Williams, first of all, I'm drafting a policy for the commission to consider and work out what it wants to do. And whatever the commission decides as a whole, we will draft or redraft that in accordance with your final decision. But the way it's written right now, the face mask covering apply to all governmental buildings.
Okay, and I'm looking for the ruling from my attorney that we pay highly to do this, to recommend, not to let the commission recommend its own law, where the law says, and I think that's where I call on you as a professional, not let the commission don't run itself in a hole already with a lot of other stuff. So as an advisor, you can't make the commission, I get that, but to advise the commission is what I'm hearing from you, that all our facilities should be on the same thing for as mask concerned.
Yes, that is the way that it is drafted. Now, if you're asking for my legal opinion of whether or not we should have, our ordinance should require a face mask, or whether it should mention a penalty, I can give you that. I can give you my opinion.
Okay, and that's what the attorney do, give you a legal opinion. Now, the other question goes, Mr. Attorney, how can we enforce if we don't have the manpower? How can we force one if we're going to use all our facilities? And I agree, if you're going to do one, you got to do them all. So if you're going to have enforcement, be the marshal, the sheriff, GBI, whoever's going to do it, got to have the manpower to do that. Where that coming from?
Well, I'll just repeat what I said last week in terms of legal's recommendation as to the mask. We believe that it's legally safer to encourage mask wearing. But whether you do it or not, of course, still is commission decision, but it's legal recommendation that mask wearing be not only encouraged, but we also provide masks at the point we want people to wear masks to encourage them and to provide them with masks. However, the proposal is that we should require the same standard at all our facilities. And as to enforcement of it, legally speaking, you can have a rule that applies to all facilities and enforce them at various facilities. The law does not require that you have universal enforcement of any rule. Just like if you provide speed limits on the expressways, it doesn't mean you have to have a police on every expressway to have the same speed limit. So the body may choose to use its limited martial or law enforcement capabilities at different buildings at different times. But it is not illegal if you enforce it this week at the municipal building, another week at another building. It would not be illegal.
Well, I'm not gonna get into an attorney match today. I'm gonna let this go. I just know that the highway speed limit is posted and you're supposed to obey them. But we're not talking about speed. We're talking about coming into a public facility, whether it be a rec center, whether it be a senior center, whether it be the courthouse, whether it be the municipal building. We got a lot of facilities, even the off-site facilities like the tax commissions. I mean, public facility is a public facility. And we're gonna have to address them all the same way. And that's what I'm saying. So we can put a sign up and don't have to enforce it, but then people are not gonna support it, do it if you don't, they know they're not gonna support it. So there's no system tricking the people saying you're gonna do it. But that's all, Mr. Mayor, that's my question.
Commissioner from the fourth.
Well, thank you, sir. I'm a little upset at our attorney. and I didn't have a meeting with him before the meeting, but he took my speed limit sign comment. Yeah, we have speed limits, and we don't have a cop standing by every speed limit sign. We put up a policy, we put up directions for folks to follow. If we have rules, we put those rules out there. There's a simple rule at the municipal building or any government building in the state of Georgia. If they have a enforcement out there where you have to go through a scanner, and if you don't want to go through the scanner, there's only one rule: don't come in. It didn't say you have to go to jail because you don't want to go through the scanner. You just don't come in. It's as simple as that. So as one of my colleagues often say, and I hope I get it right, we choking on gnats and swallowing camels or something to that effect. This is simply a policy to safeguard our employees and safeguard the public for the next 30 days. There is technically no end game in the coronavirus. We can say we can leave the government closed for the next 2 years, but the public is not going to wait that long. The economy is not going to wait that long. And people are not going to wait that long. We have businesses opening up all over Richmond County. And I'll just use this good example. Many of them have rules that say if you don't wear a mask, you don't accept the temperature check, you don't come into that building. This is not rocket science, but we act like it's I don't know, interstellar spaceship walking. But the simple fact is, we want to protect our employees and protect our public for the next 30 days. And the simple thing is for us to require everybody to wear a mask. So that's my comment and move for approval of the ordinance. If we're set for 30 days, that we require that. And the simple penalty is you don't enter the facility. Thank you.
Commissioner from the 8th.
Thank you, Mayor. This question is for Attorney Brown. You asked if we wanted your legal opinion on this, and I was hoping that you could give us a more direct answer on what your legal opinion is on the constitutionality of this ordinance.
I believe that answer is not going to be clear. I know the public has already expressed in different other locations across the country, they believe their constitutional rights are violated by imposing a requirement of a mask. But the city certainly has a right to make its employees and its workplace safe. I think it's well documented that COVID-19 does pose a health threat, and as long as this ordinance does not exceed, is only in effect while there's a state of emergency. And because the governor's state of emergency expires June 13th. This ordinance is dependent upon there being a state of emergency to have any chance of surviving a constitutional challenge.
So what you're saying is if the state of emergency expires on the 13th of June, then this ordinance goes away.
This ordinance should not be approved any further than there's a state of emergency. If you extend it past the state of emergency, I think you run into a serious constitutional challenge.
Thank you, Attorney. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Commissioner from the 10th.
I keep hearing speed limit signs, seat belts, driving and everything. I'd like to remind everybody, driving is a privilege, not a constitutional right. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner from the 2nd.
Dennis, unmute your mic.
All right, he's unmuted.
Right now he isn't.
I need to say something too, Mayor.
Dennis, your mic's still muted. There
How
you
about
go.
now? There?
All right,
Yeah.
you're fine, sir.
Okay. One of the things about wearing the mask is in my opinion, it's our responsibility of the leadership of the community is to look out for the welfare and the safety of our employees and citizens. Now, the ordinance is kind of clear. The only problem I have with the ordinance is the expensive fine. Now, it's simple. Restaurants make rules about who comes into their facility and be served. If you don't have on socks, or not socks, shoes or a shirt, you can't be served. So we have the responsibility of looking out for those individuals that's not totally aware of how they should protect themselves. Wearing the mask during this period is no big deal. If you don't want a mask, you have the choice of leaving. And it's very simple, you know. We as the leadership have to take on the responsibility of making sure our community is safe. We all understand that wearing the mask prevents you from passing on the virus to somebody else. So we're spending all this time talking about if we should wear the mask, if we shouldn't wear the mask. If somebody file a lawsuit about wearing the mask, let them file it, because 9 times out of 10, if they have a sensible judge, they're gonna lose anyway. But we're killing all this time talking about wearing the mask or not wearing the mask. Wearing the mask has been proven by the CDC to be a safeguard against catching the virus. The virus is still strong. We understand that. We want our people to get back to work to help the economy. We understand that. So if all it takes is wearing a mask, there is no big problem. And it's your choice. If you don't want to wear it, you don't come in the building. Very simple. We're spending all this time talking about if we should wear it or not. There's a lot of things we do in our community, in our homes, in our churches, in our organizations that we don't totally agree with. But when it's for the common good of all, we should be able to support that. Thank you, Mr.
All right, thank you as well. All right, we're going to the commissioner from the 6th, Commissioner Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 questions. One for the attorney, just for the record. I heard you, Mr. Attorney, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I heard you mention, and I think the mayor might have said this as well, so Mr. Mayor, you can weigh in on this too. I heard you mention, I think both of you all are saying that the governor position kind of is leaning toward exactly the discussion that we're having, but he wouldn't put it in writing.
That is true. We do not have a writing that the governor has agreed that local governments can require mask wearing. We have a statement from the Office of General Counsel for ACCG. It reads that it is my understanding that the governor's office verbally agreed that local governments can require masks on local government property with certain exceptions. Those exceptions, which I added yesterday when they came through, are such things: if you hold an election or a polling place on government property, you cannot require masks on for polling. I mean, for people coming to vote, and you cannot require it for the courts. Those are exceptions to certain governmental buildings.
Okay, my second question is, it's the 13th, so we're gonna have, if it passes, we got to modify the day. I think that's about 25 days. Has anybody else counted those? We couldn't do 30 days at this time. The 13th, I think from now to the 13th of June the 13th is about 25 days. It just was to pass today, so that's be for 25 days and not 30 days.
Yeah.
Thank you. Those are my comments, sir.
Okay. All right. All right, Commissioner from the 5th.
Appreciate it. I appreciate
You're
it.
on.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
you're on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
And I talked with Chief James. If we approve this, he said they have about 40,000 masks set aside for people coming in the building. So we'll have a mask to offer those people. And I think everybody's mind pretty much made up. I think we just need to go ahead and vote, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, did Commissioner Sias get a second, or do we need to restate that motion? And then my other question is, do we need to waive the second reading on this?
Yes, we need to waive the second reading, and the commissioner from the 4th needs a second.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor, before Mayor Pro Tem makes that second, if he's about to, just want to modify that to go with what the attorney said, that they, and also that Commissioner Sun mentioned, it will go to the, what is that, the 13th of June, 12th of June?
June 13th, correct.
June 13th. Just instead of saying 30 days until June the 13th.
That's correct.
And you're waiving the second reading?
Yes.
Yes.
Second.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. All right. Commissioner from the 9th again.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Second time, you're doing pretty good keeping up with those thumbs up.
Yeah.
I just want to remind again that we are a government official. It's not a private business. We look at what private business doing and people on the street doing. We got a responsibility as a government, and that's totally different from private enterprise. I don't agree with waiving the second reading. I don't agree with the mask, but I certainly don't agree with waiving the second reading. If you're going to do an ordinance this magnitude and you want to go ahead and pass it, then waive the second reading, I'm not in favor of that at all. So if you're going to do an ordinance, we ought to do an ordinance by the rules and have the second reading as well. Maybe that time won't be but 20 days. Like 5 days different from 25 and 30 is a big difference. That ain't no different in my opinion. If you're gonna do 30, you might well do 30. I mean, 25 ain't with 5 days short. If you count the weekend, ain't with 3 days. But I don't agree with waiving the second reading on an ordinance of this magnitude.
All right, so we've got a motion and a second as modified, Madam Clerk. We'll take a roll call vote at this time.
Yes, sir. And just for clarity, I think initially Commissioner Sias, he also stated that the penalty would be the denial of entrance into the building. Is that correct? Or are we going with the penalty stated in the ordinance?
I think we should move forward with the penalties that's stated in the ordinance. It's clean. It's consistent with what's being proposed. I want to draw everybody's attention to the governor's most recent executive order. While he did not mandate masks to be worn, it was clearly stated in the ordinance, in the executive order, that masks, the guidelines were clear that masks should be worn when going out into the general public and in places of business. The governor has given guidelines across the entire state of Georgia for all of the businesses that opened up back 3 weeks ago, hair salons, nail salons, barbershops, etc. When you go into those places of business, you have to have on a mask. They have to have sanitizing. They have to have sanitizing in place. When you go into restaurants, these things are still true in the environment that we're in, and it's certainly well within our rights as a local governing body to affect those same changes.
So the commissioner had to wear a mask as well, and the chairman, commissioner had to wear a mask as well, Mr. Mayor. Is that what everybody?
Well, let me suggest to you, not only should you wear a mask, I wore one when I came into this building. And I will wear one.
No, I understand what you're doing outside. I'm talking about in the chamber, the employees and the commissioner itself in this chamber should be wearing masks. Is that right?
Yes.
That is absolutely correct.
Listen, man, I appreciate your red shirt you got on, but I was hoping you put your suit back on.
Yeah, I got my suit on. I
get confused when I see the red shirt, Mr. Mayor, when I call your name.
Yeah.
You're swallowing camels and straining gnats, though.
I appreciate that, Commissioner, from the 9th. All right. But yes, everyone will need to wear a mask. Madam Clerk, continue.
Okay. Mr. Sias, Mr. Franum's motion. Mr. Clark.
No.
Ms. Davis. Mr. Fenoy. Mr. Franum,
Mr.
Yes,
Fennoy?
ma'am.
Mr. Garrett. Mr. Garrett. Oh,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan.
They need to wake up.
Is he pondering? Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Okay. Mr. Sias. Mr. Sias.
Yes.
Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
No.
And Mr. Hassan's mic is now muted.
Mr. Hassan.
Yes.
Mr. Fennoy should be here.
He is here.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Fenoy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
It's me. I done had my hand up. You done called on somebody, but I say yes. I've been bypassed about 15 times.
Commissioner, I'm so sorry. I didn't see your hand. In fact, I didn't even see you in the room.
And Mr. Mayor, we're gonna continue to have one of these meetings. We need to get that system where I can push a button and you know whose time it is to speak next.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't disagree with you.
All right.
Thanks, sir. Madam Clerk.
So that motion carries 7-2 with Mr. Clark and Mr. Marion Williams voting no. The motion carries without unanimous consent to waive the second reading.
Okay.
I thought you had to have unanimous consent to waive the second reading, Mr. Mayor.
And that's what I said. It didn't have unanimous consent, sir.
Oh, okay, well, then you gotta have another reading, so.
So I don't want to necessarily pick a fight, but I may as well step into it, Commissioner from the 9th. But what this body did pursuant to establishing the first executive order is that we effectively suspended those rules of normal procedure. And
You can't suspend those rules, Mr. Mayor.
we
Normal
absolutely-
procedure. Wait a minute,
absolutely
you talking
did.
about an ordinance now. You didn't want to fight, and I really don't want to. But let me tell you, you saying you suspend the rule on the commission, but the ordinance is not under the rule. Now check with your clerk and see what she tell you. Now you can twist them and turn them all you want to. You can't twist them up.
Yeah. Well,
you talk about state law and then the local stuff that we do. Okay.
yeah.
Well, ask your attorney to speak. Ask your attorney to speak in there. I guess he knows.
Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll distribute the order that was passed, the ordinance that was passed by this body, and that was the emergency declaration order that was passed by this body that allowed us to do that.
No, sir. You're gonna have to pass more than that. I mean, but I like to see it, but you have to get more than that. I promise you.
Okay.
If I had to personally take that suit on myself, I will, because that's not fair. You're not gonna bend these rules to work when we want them to work to make them convenient. Now, we know this epidemic is real. We know it's out there, but you're not gonna do that. I'm calling my attorney myself, and I don't mean one of the local attorneys here. You ain't gonna do that, Cap.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. We'll come back to it. Madam Clerk, our next item.
I guarantee we'll come back to it.
Yeah.
Next item is item number 1, legal meeting. Attorney Brown for.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
before we close out the special, are we about to close out the special call meeting?
No.
No, we're not.
Okay, thank you. I had requested something to be, an item to be on the special call meeting, so I just want to, before we close it out.
No. Attorney Brown.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Commission will request a motion to go into executive session to discuss items of litigation. Real estate.
I'm sorry, you broke up. What was that, Attorney Brown?
We'll request a motion to go into executive session to discuss items of pending or potential litigation and real estate.
Okay.
So move.
Second.
Okay. Voting.
Okay, Mr. Clark,
Whose
Yes.
motion, whose motion, who's second, Mr. Mayor? I can't.
Oh,
Everybody
yeah,
sound
hold
like-
on just one second. We had a motion from the commissioner from the 4th and a second from the
Commissioner
from the
first.
1st. Yeah.
Okay, well, just make it plain. I need to know who making these motions, y'all.
Yes, sir.
And them days over with.
All right, Madam Clerk, continue.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries with Ms. Davis out.
Okay. Madam Clerk, before you move into closed session, we do have one more item that's being requested to be added to the agenda. Commissioner from the 4th.
Yes, sir. I requested this item so that we could go ahead and get the small business relief program underway. It's my understanding, and we have people from HCD, I think, standing by as well, that an informal review of our program has been looked on favorably, which means there should not be. There's no absolute 100% guarantee, but there's that we can go ahead and institute our program with the expectation that we will get the reimbursement from HUD. And that will allow us to go ahead and assist these businesses or get the applications out there to assist the businesses here in Augusta that really need this help to assist with their COVID-19 losses. And that would mean that we would need to go ahead. It's a reimbursement program, period, anyway. So we would, even after we get the official word, we still have to spend the money. So I want to, in light of that, request that we go ahead and we have, I think it's $1,061,139 or something in that regard, that we can go ahead and front that money up and get the program going with the expectation that we will get a reimbursement from HUD, because this is a reimbursement program, period. It simply is, you will, one way or the other, we will still have to spend the money up front. So we can go ahead and front the money up front, get the program going, and then get our reimbursement from HUD. But we have had an informal favorable review. And I just want to put, at some point in this discussion, I want to make that a motion, but I'll wait for further discussion before I request an opportunity or someone else to make that motion. Thank you.
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor?
thank you. I'm coming to you. Commissioner from the 9th.
You don't have unanimous consent to discuss or add anything to the agenda.
Okay. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
I guess we can't talk about it, but I'm just still asking my question just because I'm curious. When you say front, where was that money going to come from? The front, Commissioner Sias?
Mr. Mayor, wait now, the Mayor Pro Tem know better than that. Wait a minute, now y'all talking about, you can't discuss nothing that don't have unanimous consent. That's crazy that I ever heard in my life. Man, how long have we been doing this crazy stuff we're doing now? I'd like to say something else, I apologize, but how long have we been doing this stuff that we're trying to do right now, man? You
All right, so-
handling government business, you still gonna discuss it anyway?
Commissioner, all right, so Commissioner from the ninth, pause for a moment. All right, Attorney Brown.
In that, as a parliamentary statement, in that the item has not added to the agenda, any further discussion would be improper.
Yeah. All right, so again, I'm gonna go back to, since we entered into this pandemic on 13 March, we have taken items on the agenda and added them. And we've added them without unanimous consent pursuant to the emergency declaration. We have done that consistently, okay?
That's not true.
That's not
That's
true.
not
Mr. Mayor.
true. We have added some stuff with consent. We since the
Without
day
objection.
been going, we have consented to do that. We have not had
without objection.
no rules. They had to have no rules like that. You're not gonna sit there and man, don't do that, please, man. Let's handle
Mr.
business.
Mayor, let's
like
go
this.
and go to executive session, please.
So we've not had any objections, Commissioner. That's my point.
That's exactly right.
Right.
So don't
Okay.
don't sit there and act like we done did this and went through the rule. This is the first time it's been tested. So if you want to test again with the other one, get in line with the other lawyers. Get in line with the other lawyers.
So in our previous meeting, there's been no objection to us adding items. So
That's
all right,
exactly right.
Madam Clerk, we're gonna go ahead and proceed. Jeff, all right, I got one hand going up. We're gonna hear from the Commissioner from the first.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I've heard that we don't have unanimous consent, but I haven't heard any vote taken on whether they want to move forward or not.
Again, as the Commissioner from the ninth said, he's testing the waters and he is objecting, which is different than all of our previous meetings. And so we're not going to have the discussion because there's objection to having the discussion and adding it to the agenda.
So the commission.
He is absolutely correct.
From the ninth,
Commissioner from the ninth.
that's objecting.
Yes, the Commissioner from the ninth is objecting to adding it to the agenda. That is absolutely correct. All right, Madam Clerk, Jeff, we're going to proceed into the breakout room and then we'll go into legal. So everybody suspend and pause for a moment.
Executive session, sir.
Yeah.
Commissioner Fenoy,
Yes.
you need to click join on the screen. There should be a join button to go into the executive session. And Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
you should be a join button on the screen that you need to click to go into executive session. There we go. Hey, Mr. Moore, we're going to go into executive session, okay?
Yeah, Mr. Lewis, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, Janice. This is Anita.
Hey, Anita, how are you?
I'm doing well. Was I conferenced in?
I don't know. I think we came in on the same time. It's
Okay, it
saying,
says join, so I guess we're joining into a private room. Did you click it?
okay, I'm clicking it now.
Okay, Mr. Gaffigan, we're going to add you to the breakout room. If you could click join breakout room or join executive session. Let me know if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
So there should be a button that says join. Are you on a computer or iPad?
I'm on a computer.
Okay, on the bottom bar, do you see something that says breakout rooms?
Participants chats, share screen, record breakout rooms, yes.
Go to breakout rooms and click join. Okay. Mr. Mihal, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you now. They requested you, and now they're saying that they don't need you. So I'm going to put you back in the waiting room, okay?
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Bye-bye.
I don't like that I can only see 3 people in the waiting room at a time in the list when you scroll. Yeah, I see the scroll bar, but you can only see 3 at a time. So it's like, it's hard to manage, especially when you're trying to. All right, somebody just came in. Sharon Daughtery. No idea who Penton 2 is.
Hi, this is Mark.
Okay, Mark, just click join on the button.
Okay. I'm not seeing any, okay, hold on. I'm not seeing any join button. I'm here, but,
Look under breakout rooms. There should be a join button.
okay, hold on.
Mr. Gaffigan, can you hear me? And you can stop sharing your screen once they get back in. Okay, Mayor, I think we're ready to go.
Great. All right, Madam Clerk. Ms. Bonner. Ms. Bonner.
Bueller.
Ms. Bonner. I see the commissioner from the 3rd. Hello there.
Mayor, I'll send a message to her assistant.
Okay. All right, thank you, Jeff. Commissioner from the 5th and commissioner from the 4th, y'all can suspend y'all's phone call and come back to the meeting.
You know, I tell you, Junebug, he has a place in this arena, don't he?
Okay. Commissioner from the 1st, I see your hand. Madam Clerk. Ms. Bonner. You ready? All right, we'll call this meeting to order.
Am my audio?
You're wrong. Yes, you're wrong. We can hear you.
But I'm not muted.
No, you're not. We don't want you to be muted right now. All right, we'll call the meeting to order. Chair recognizes Madam Clerk.
Would this be the attorney or would be the clerk? We're coming out of legal.
Okay. All right.
Both.
All right. I need both. Attorney Brown, I got you. Madam Clerk?
Sure. I'm here.
Okay. All right. All right, Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
I can't hear anybody. They're waving at me.
I think he's,
Okay, we can hear you.
But they can't.
No, we
Yeah, we can hear her. We hear Ms. Bonner.
I can't hear anybody.
Okay, check your speaker volume. And pick me up off the speaker if you don't mind.
Okay. Okay, well,
We hear you, Ms. Bonner.
I don't have where's the volume on it?
Jeff, you want me to walk over?
not without your mask.
Oh, I have it right here. No worries.
Do I need to go out and come back in?
If you want to, Mayor, that would be fine.
Yeah, I can do it. I can go over.
You won't be laughing if you get that 19. It won't be a joke then.
I don't want him over here. What I need to do? I don't need him coming over here. You tell me what to do.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I sure can. In my hip pocket.
I don't know where it is. And then just wait for the minute, I don't know, come over here, I'm okay, buddy.
Remember, go back to Commissioner Flenoy's question a while ago. Do we need the council?
Affidavit.
Well, it wouldn't hurt my feelings right now. It wouldn't hurt my feelings right now. It's a long day already.
I'm serious. It's 3:30.
You don't have an alarm set for 3:30.
No, my phone now, it's saying, it's going crazy, man. I ain't asked the phone about no 3:30. Oh.
Oh, God, help us. Okay.
Is it time for that motion yet, Mayor?
Commissioner, yes, it is time for that motion. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. I think we've got, last recollection, we've got really 2 motions that are going to be made on the floor. Is that what you're tracking, Attorney Brown?
Yes, it is.
Okay, we're tracking 2 motions that will be made on the floor. All right, we're going to go to the, well, he's gone. Okay, there he is. We're going to go to the commissioner.
Do we have the clerk, Mr. Mayor?
How about, man, you can't do that.
Well, she's here. She's here. She just is.
Is it recording?
She hears. We're recording. We are recording, and
I ain't trying to be
we
funny,
also-
man, but we can't do this like that.
I'm not trying to be funny either, Commissioner. But we have the clerk. She's unmuted. We're recording right now. Madam Clerk, are you back?
I'm here.
All right, very good. She's here now. All right, very well. All right, we're going to reconvene. Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
Mr. Mayor, Commission, we request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
So move.
Second.
Second. Either way.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem with the motion, Commissioner from the fourth with the second.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Finally.
Mr. Stein,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sayers,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
And Mr. Fenoy has
Fenoy is
unmuted his
back,
mic.
Ms. Bonner. Mr. Fenoy is there.
Mr. Fenoy?
Yes.
Okay. It's unanimous.
Thank you.
We all
Attorney Brown.
know it.
Me?
Yes, you, Attorney Brown.
Yes. Mr. Mayor, Commission, we request a motion to approve payment of attorney fees and costs for the new Savannah Bluff locking dam matter from Augusta's contingency fund account.
So moved.
So move.
Second. Second.
Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner from the 6th. Voting, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sayers,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Okay.
36.
All right. Commissioner from the 9th. This is the matter of 1 Dixon Airline Road landfill.
Yeah, I wanted to make a motion, Mr. Mayor, that we send a letter to the proprietor that they do not meet the guidelines of the city landfill waste settlement plan.
Second. Is that what we need, Mr. Attorney?
That is what you need, Commissioner Hassan. You need a motion and a second. You have that now. All right, Madam Clerk, Commissioner from the 9th made the motion to send a letter of inconsistency with the solid waste plan. Commissioner from the 6th made the second.
Is that to, Mr. Mayor, is that to Dixon Airline Road C&D landfill application?
That is correct. That is correct.
Substitute motion.
All right, Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Due to the fact that we have the 2008 plan and then we have a plan that's been under review but not approved, not to mention that they will be going through multiple processes, Georgia EPD, planning, zoning, engineering. I mean, this is just the start. I'd like to make a substitute motion to approve and send a letter of approval.
Second.
Okay, all right, hold on. Everybody just hold on. All right, we got a motion and a second for a letter of approval to Dixon Airline Landfill CNG. All right, Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
Commissioner Franklin, in your motion, I'm presuming that you mean you want the government to send a letter, approve a letter of consistency for the Dixon Airline C&D landfill.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner from the 9th.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I need to address the attorney with this, and I think, did we not pay a expert to come in to research, to analyze, to make sure there was or was not compliance, and that came back that it was not? How can we send a letter? We can send them a letter, but we can't say of consistency if the expert have told us they did not meet the guideline. How can we lie? How can we send a letter saying that they are, if they are not? I'm asking the attorney.
The commission can approve. Commission could approve this action despite the recommendation of Geosyntac, who was the engineering expert who analyzed it and made a recommendation to the commission of what their findings were. The commission would be the final decision makers of this matter. So it could send one. The effect would be that you would thereby make null and void all criteria in your solid waste plan that were not consistent. You would then eventually do away with your ability to hold others to that level of consistency.
So if we approve that, from what you just said, if we lie and say that that they meet the guidelines, because we got to say we're approving it, but you don't meet the guideline, because if we do not say that, we're gonna be opening this up for any and everybody else to open up a landfill without going through any criteria, whether we got a solid waste plan or not. Is that right?
I can't use the language that the commission would be lying.
Wait, hold your horses. If the expert said that it didn't meet it, and we sent a letter saying it does meet it, would that not be the commission line?
It would be
yes or no. Yes or no. That's all I need.
I can't answer your question yes or no. I can answer your question. The question is, the effects of that motion would be to alter our solid waste management plan.
cannot alter the expert opinion. You can alter the solid waste, and if you alter the solid waste plan, then we're gonna open it up for everybody else who wants to do that. Do not have to do anything because we done altered the plan. Now that's why we have a plan in place. That's why we got a new plan that we propose to bring out sooner or later. But now I'm telling y'all, you're gonna end up in a real lawsuit now if you do what you're trying to do now, right in the general public face. Just because we're not meeting in person, this thing
Nobody's
is still
lying.
4 out of 13 is not a lie.
Yeah, it's not saying we're lying.
well, if you prove it, you're lying. That's what you're doing now. Don't.
Everybody suspend.
Well, no, I ain't gonna suspend, Mr. Mayor. They ain't gonna tell
Commissioner,
me what a
hold
lie
on.
is.
Hold on,
I
hold
know
on.
exactly
Hold
what a lie
on.
is, and that's what they're gonna be doing. I don't give a ham saying what they say. If you don't report the truth, then you're reporting a lie. Now ain't no if, ands, or buts about that now. Like it or not.
All right, so let's do this right here. I've got a motion with a second, and I also have a substitute. We're going to take action on the substitute motion first.
I hadn't got
no
ruling from the attorney.
Well, the attorney.
I asked the attorney a question. He had not answered yet.
You asked the attorney a question, but you wouldn't yield and allow him to answer your question. So if you
I asked him yes or no. Can you hire and pay taxpayer dollars to an expert to come in, evaluate, and bring their findings back? Because their finding is not what the commission like, they're gonna do something different. They're gonna vote another way. That's the craziest I ever heard in my life, man.
But we also sent a letter of consistency first before we
All right.
sent consistency.
So once again, I'm going to go back. I've got one hand and we're going to take an action on these motions. I've got a substitute and a motion. The substitute motion, Madam Clerk, you have with a proper second. We're going to take action on that first, and then we'll come back and we'll do this. Madam Clerk? Roll
Mr.
call.
Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
No.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Sun,
No.
Mr. Sias,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams,
No, ma'am.
Just 1 second.
you voted no, sir, or Mr. Marion Williams?
No.
Okay. That motion is 5-5. Mr. Mayor, we have 5-5.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
I'm not voting on this matter.
Sir,
Not voting on this matter.
you voting no?
I'm not voting at all on this matter.
Okay. All right.
I'm abstaining.
God, boy, I tell you what.
Okay. That takes us back to the original motion.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a comment before you do that?
No, I want to just vote. I want to just vote. We got a lot of business in front of us for the rest of the day. I want to just vote.
All right, thank you.
Clark.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
let's roll call vote.
Mr. Clark,
Read the motion again, please.
motion to send a letter to the C&D landfill application that they do not meet the guidelines of the solid waste landfill plan.
No.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
State your inquiry.
Just want, for point of inquiry, what the attorney said and what the clerk said, reference that motion is just slightly different. And I'm just saying that the clerk didn't say that about the letter that did not meet it would not, they don't meet the letter, don't meet the requirement for a letter of consistency. I'm not knocking on the clerk. I'm just saying on the previous substitute, the attorney clarified the motion, and on this one, the attorney should also clarify the motion. That's all I'm saying.
He did that earlier, and it was clear when we had the motion.
Commissioner
Continue,
Williams,
Madam Clerk.
can I have Commissioner Mary Williams restate his motion?
Am I on, Ms. Bonner?
You're on.
I hear you.
My motion was to send a letter to the Dixie Airline landfill that say they do not meet the guidelines of our waste, the solid waste treatment.
Landfill plan, that's what he.
Landfill plan, that's right.
Okay, that's what he said, so.
That's what I said. That's what the attorney said.
That's what the attorney said.
Are we
Ready to
moving
vote.
forward, Mr. Mayor, or?
We are.
Okay, Ms. Davis,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett. Did you, Mr. Garrett, no?
No.
Okay. Mr. Hassan,
Yes.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, we have 5-5 tie.
Madam Clerk, again, I'm not voting in this matter. I'm gonna be consistent.
No action on that. With the mayor.
Madam Clerk, put this back on the next agenda, on the next commission agenda.
Attorney Brown, I believe that's all the business that's before us.
It is.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you. All right. Madam Clerk, I'm ready to call to order the commission meeting, May 19th, 2020. Regular scheduled meeting.
It's a roll call attendance. Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark, attendance. Ms. Davis,
Present.
Mr. Fenoy,
Present.
Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Present.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
I had to step away. What are we voting on?
You're
attendance,
voting
the
in
present,
presence, attendant.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Present.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum to conduct business.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, as a matter of record today, I'd like to just proceed with our agenda items. We've already convened, and I'd like to go ahead and continue to proceed with our meeting agenda, minus the invocation and the pledge.
Okay. Consent agenda consists of items 1 and 2.
Mayor, may I
Okay, can I get everybody to just hold for a minute? And give everybody a chance to take a look at our agenda. We have these items, again, from a consent standpoint. But I also want to take an opportunity, Madam Clerk, to entertain any motions to add to the consent agenda or remove items, okay? All right,
Yeah.
Mr. from the second.
Yes, sir. If my colleagues would agree, I would like to consent item 18 and 19.
Clerk.
Yes, sir.
I'd also like to add item 17 to the consent agenda, but for the next scheduled full commission meeting.
Which item is that, Mr. Mayor?
That's number 17, public safety.
Refer to the June 2nd meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'm coming back to you. Yes, sir. Commissioner from the second.
Yeah, I spoke to the IT director this morning. And she wanted to speak to this particular item. Have you been in contact with her?
So I know she wants to speak to it, and given the lateness of the hour, I'd like to give appropriate time to speak to that matter. And if we do that on the June 2nd, there'll be more time for that to happen.
Good to go.
Thanks, sir. Mr. from the fourth.
Thank you. I'd like to pull item 2. And also request consideration to add, whether it is or not, request consideration to add an addendum item reference to small business program. The loan relief program for small business for the COVID-19.
You don't have me to add anything.
Right.
I just said I'm requesting it.
Yeah, well, he understands, so. Right, we got it. We know we don't have a consent.
Okay,
all right.
That's fine.
Let me go to
I had a couple more things I want to request adding.
All right, please go ahead.
All right. We have a lot of items today, so if we can we add item 3 and 3? 4?
3.
4. 6.
Oh, they can put your
10. 11. 12. 14.
I got a question about item 11 and 12, I think it is.
Okay, all right, so no problem. So again, Madam Clerk, you've got the last one to be added to consent is number 10. Continue, Commissioner, from the fourth.
Number 14. 18.
Already got that. Already got that.
I'm sorry, you got 18, 19. I'm sorry. You're right. 21.
I have an issue with 21.
Okay.
Right. That's no problem.
22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27.
I got some issue 26. I need to find out what we're doing with 26, Mr. Mayor.
All right, no problem. No problem. All right.
Okay, last one I called was 27. We're gonna scratch out 26. Item 30.
26 and 27.
Hold on. 26 and 27 are companion items effectively. So let's 26 and 27 remain on the regular agenda. All right,
problem.
Commissioner, continue. You got
Item
anything else?
30. Item 30. I'm done. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to add a couple of items.
Hold on. All right, Commissioner from the third.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Sias covered all of mine, except I wanted to see if we could also consent 13.
Okay.
I think Commissioner Sias had not said that one.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay.
I missed that one. Thank you.
All right, thanks. We had the same list, Commissioner Sias.
Lord have mercy.
All right, so let me just say this for a matter of record. I know that we are in these virtual meetings and they have gone as well as can be expected in light of where we are. But I would ask for a little bit more decorum from our members, especially when it comes to being recognized. If you hold your thumb up, I will get to you. I promise you I will. And hopefully we won't have to do all of this blurting out and talking over one another. I would greatly appreciate that. All right, I'm going to the commissioner from the 10th.
Mr. Mayor, can we add 31 to consent, please?
No, I got a problem with that, Mr. Mayor. We can't add that one.
Okay, all right, with objection. All right, Commissioner from the 9th.
I'd like to add item 29 to the consent.
What did he say?
Item.
There's objection to that, so yeah. I mean, come on. There's objection.
I mean, it is what it is.
I know. I mean.
Yeah, objection.
All right. Okay, so again, I'm going to go to the commissioner from the 4th.
I have one question for you. On our Zoom program, we have a little thing that says raise your hand. Do you
can use that. If you push that, I will see it.
You will see it. That was my question. Do you see it?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I just raised my hand. Now I'm gonna put it down. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You click on it, I will see it. All right. If everyone could mute your devices, that will be even more helpful as well. All right. All right, I'm going to the Mayor Pro Tem for a motion.
Motion to approve the consent agenda with all the agenda items discussed.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, can I get the clerk to read the list out again? We had a lot of stuff we called out there. And you know, y'all didn't keep up with that.
Yeah, I keep up with it.
Well, I want the clerk to read those out because there's some, it was happening.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay.
Gotcha. Yeah, I got you. Madam Clerk.
To read the items?
Yes, please.
Okay. Item number 2 was pulled from the consent agenda. Added to the consent was items number 3, 4, 6, 10, 13, 14, 17 rescheduled to the June 2nd meeting.
Yes.
18, 19, 22, 23, 24, 25, item number 30. That's
Commissioner from the 9th, you tracking?
Yeah, I'm tracking, Mr. Mayor.
Great. All right, Madam Clerk, we're ready to vote.
We got the same list, Ms. Bonner.
Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Franham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr.
Hey.
Dennis Williams,
Are you good?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries with Mr. Fenoy out.
I said yes, I had my phone muted, Miss Bonner.
Okay, it's unanimous. Okay.
Madam Clerk, we're going to item number 2.
Item number 2, review, approve revised job description for the position of city administrator.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm coming to you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. We had a good committee meeting, subcommittee meeting last week, and we approved a couple of minor changes, but overall, the motion is to just on the job description to make it more clear. And I know the clerk sent this out to y'all about really exactly what we're looking for is for compared to an administrator and a manager to really dictate the differences on that. So we made minor changes to the job description. We did talk about the years of experience, and you can see that. Where is that listed?
Second on the back side.
Top on the second page. And we did talk about the served 3 to 5 years as administrator and or city manager of a city government. So we did discuss that and came to an agreement on that with the subcommittee. And then we talked about moving forward with a national search. So I'd like to hear from Commissioner Sias. I believe he was the one who pulled the agenda item. If that's okay with you, Mayor.
Yes, it is. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 4th.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Serving on that subcommittee, I appreciate the candid discussion. After much reflection for past and present, I will make a motion to approve that with one minor change, and that being instead of serve 3 to 5 years, serve 1 to 5 years, and that's my motion.
Motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, hold on. We didn't get a second. So
second.
I got second.
Okay.
I have a substitute.
Hold on. Everybody just hold on. Commissioner from the 9th.
Mr. Mayor, I want to make a motion that we approve. We had a good subcommittee meeting. We did make some tweaks on it, but everything went well. The committee came out with this recommendation. The chair did a good job. I want to make a motion to approve as is.
And I'll second that, Mayor.
Okay. All right. We got a motion. We got a substitute motion with a second.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner, hold on. I just asked y'all. Again, just hold your thumb up or push the button. I promise you I'm going to come to you. I want to hear from everybody, okay? All right, I'm going to go to the commissioner I'm going to go to the mayor pro tem, then the 10th, then the 5th. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was on part of that call, and I guess my question is, why would the committee agree last Tuesday to 3 to 5, and now we want to switch it? This community is growing. We need leadership that has experience to help us with that growth, and we frankly new blood that will help us with that. So I just kind of wanted to put it back on Commissioner Sias. What was the reasoning to go back to 1 year when it was 3 to 5 years and whatnot?
Okay. All right. So I'm going to recognize the commissioner from the 4th. Direct it through the chair, if you don't mind. Commissioner from the 4th, you got the floor, sir.
Okay, thank you. Not a problem. I had 3 main points. One of them, in my thinking on that, was we can give us opportunity. Number 1, to get somebody young. Number 2, get somebody fresh, or we can get a seasoned veteran. That's why 1 to 5 years, I think, fits all of that. It doesn't stop us from getting somebody with 15 years experience. It don't stop us from getting somebody with 10. but it also allows to get somebody with 4 if we saw the desire to. So basically, I just, that will open up a little bit wider. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner from the 10th.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I go back to when we were looking for a new animal services director. And the interim director put in her resume and application, and she didn't quite fill the year's requirement by, I forget how a few months. And a request was made at that time that why don't we change that so that she could be considered, and oh no, we couldn't do that. Now all of a sudden we're changing rules again in the middle of a process when the subcommittee that was charged with doing this come up with this. And I think like the commissioner from tonight, it's been approved, it's got a second, let's vote it up or down.
I don't know whose phone that is, but again, if you will mute your devices. All right, I'm going to the commissioner from the 5th. Commissioner from the 5th. Commissioner Williams, there you go, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I think that 1 to 5 would allow us to look at young folks, but more so than that, reason why I want to say so, is this a vote that the full commission should be taking, or should this be a vote amongst those folks who are on that committee? That's my question. Should this be more something that those chairman people should be voting on rather than the full commission?
No, you brought it before the full commission at this point. And the subcommittee's goal was to bring back a series of recommendations, of which they did. And between bringing the recommendations back, it was also, and I didn't see this in the notebook or in this documentation. There were a series of other things. The attorney and HR director were supposed to have made those modifications and brought that before the body. I didn't see those things. And the conversation was around moving forward with identifying a recruiter and moving this process forward so that we be concluded by July 31st for the whole process. And that was also supposed to be included in this. I didn't see any of those documents in the notebook. So to that end, Commissioner from the 5th, this is a vote for the full commission. Absolutely. All right. Any other questions? Madam Chair, I'm going to come back to you. Madam Chair. You're on.
Mayor, that's a good point. Do we need to include the other points that you mentioned in this motion?
That was the recommendation from the subcommittee.
That's right.
You were going
So
to
do we need to spell those out? Ma'am or Mayor?
Yeah, that was
we need
part
to
of
spell
the
those out?
conversation. They were enumerated. They should be included in your motion.
Right. Okay. Okay, good.
All right, Commissioner from the 6th. I see you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
I was trying to figure out, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I had to pick them off the floor, so I missed the things that you made mention of that Commissioner Davis said should be part of the motion. Can you repeat that if you don't mind, please?
Yeah, it was again, part of that conversation was to go ahead and move forward with selecting a recruiter and have them proceed with the recruitment process and the rest of the items that were in that list with the goal of having someone in place by July 31st.
So we're gonna go according to what we had outlined, because I think the recruitment process that goes through HR. HR handles all of that, and the attorney. Yeah.
No. Again,
yes, that's
it's just simply selecting a recruiter. This needs to be that needs to be done today as well.
But HR
so we got a series of things.
I'm saying, but
so
HR does that. But HR does that, Mr. Mayor, not us. That's what we're saying.
Ms. Davis, I think in the subcommittee meeting, the chairman had asked the HR director to proceed with that process after this job description went to the attorney and the HR director. Once the commission approved it, then it will move forward to the HR director and the attorney for review to make sure it's in compliance with federal, state, and local laws. And at that point, the chair, Madam Chair, asked the HR director to proceed with the recruiter process, obtaining a recruiter, and to bring back to the commission.
Well, all of that was part of the direction of last week, so that when we came to this meeting, we will have a draft in our hand of the job description as modified, so that we could take action today and move forward. Not that we will have another meeting.
No, once this job description is approved today, then it would move forward through the process.
And the process after today is to identify a recruiter, whether that's the Mercer group or the Chason group, and proceed with that. That was not another action that the commission needed to take until such time that 12 or however many of those things were done.
That's not true, Mr. Mayor. The HR department takes that.
Yeah,
We're talking about two different things, Commissioner Hassan. We're talking about two different things.
But no, we're not talking about too many. You just mentioned two headhunters, and we're saying that we turn that over to the HR department to take care of that action, and not the commission. Once we approve it, that's where it goes next, to the HR department to pursue our headhunter.
I fully understand that. That's not what we're debating right now. What we're saying is that action needs to happen now, and we need to move forward with that, so that, as we said on last week, that by July 31st, we will have vetted and gone through the recruitment process and interview. That was the date that was talked about last week.
Mr. Mayor, that doesn't change that. That doesn't change that. We just said who does the headhunter, and that she can take the HR department can immediately begin that process. But that's all I'm saying. Who does it? We may be saying the same thing, but that's what we're saying.
We are saying the same thing, but let me be blunt about it. The mayor's not handling that process. Let me go ahead and take that away from you. The mayor's not handling that process. Okay, let me just go ahead and be blunt about it. All right. I've got two motions here, Madam Clerk. I've got a substitute from the commissioner from the 9th and a second.
Yes, sir. To approve as is. Mr. Clark.
All right, hold on. Madam Clerk, pause. Commissioner from the 4th.
Okay, just to be clear, now I heard the Madam Chair of the subcommittee said, well, those things supposed to be included in the motion. And to my understanding, that's not there. And if it is, then it should be in both the substitute motion and the primary motion.
And the main motion. That's correct.
So what are those things? Let's be clear again, because that was just a lot of debate. And there's no need of us voting and then argue about what the vote meant. So
Madam Clerk.
With that being said, the substitute motion would be to approve the administrative position job description as is, to proceed with the recruitment of a recruiter by the HR director.
Okay. So that will be in the same part in the primary motion, except it'll be 1 to 5 in the job description experience part.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
All right, very well.
Mr. Clark.
Yes, on the substitute.
Ms. Davis.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy. Fenoy's mic is muted.
No.
Mr. Fenoy, no. Okay. Mr. Franum.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
No.
Mr. Syed,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Abstain.
Mr. Dennis Williams. Mr. Dennis Williams?
He muted.
No.
No, okay. Mr. Marion Williams?
Yes.
That motion failed 5-4-1. The original motion is to revise the job description, experience to 1 to 5 years, and to proceed with the recruitment of a recruiter by the HR department. Director.
Mr. Mayor, can you?
Yeah, hold on. Madam Clerk, hold on. Yes, Commissioner from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, this is really ridiculous what we're doing here now. Why don't we put a subcommittee together? We waited, put a subcommittee together, all of the department heads, the engineer and administrators committees, all the committee come together, came out with a good scenario. Now we want to change that in the middle of the stream from 1 to 5. Well, I mean, if
It's all games, Marion. I mean, you know that.
Okay,
well, but,
all right,
but I'm
hold
sick
on,
of the
hold on,
games.
everybody.
I'm sick of the games. I mean, who would want an administrator to have 1 year in a government oldest hour, uniquely set up like our? Who in their right mind who will be an elected official will agree to have an administrator come in with 1 year experience? Who would do that? Now, if y'all got a plan, y'all need to take your plan somewhere. This is the government, man. This ain't no time for that. And if you shouldn't have ran for office if you didn't want to make some solid decisions, you should have kept me behind in the schoolyard.
Oh, Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner. Okay. All right. Let me talk about this here for a moment. I appreciate the leadership that Madam Chair Davis provided on last week with regards to the subcommittee work. I thought that was a good process. Moreover, not only was it a good process, but it had input from individuals who were not even committee chairmen, who were there as well, who were in support of the recommendations that came out of that effort, who were in support of that. When you look at the city of Augusta, Georgia's second largest city, a city of some 203,000 people and continuing to grow, with a operating budget of effectively $900 million, and here in the county and community, over a $26 billion economy, I do not believe that it's prudent for us to put anyone in the role of administrator of an organization like this under the premise of just 1 year's experience. If what we're after and hoping to achieve with making this recommendation or changing the original recommendation is to ensure that we allow individuals who currently are in government, who are in the role today, to be able to interview, then that's a simple thing. That's a simple thing. But to take the approach of where we relax what would generally be broad experience to fulfill a role like this, I don't think anyone, whether you are a current employee currently filling a role like that, would even offer themselves for us to take such approach like this. Again, this is an organization that is almost a $900 million operation. It is vitally important to have broad experience in a role like this. And I'm going to say it again, in the event that our goal is to ensure that individuals who are in local government today have an opportunity to apply for that, that is a simple thing. I see no reason why anyone who's in that role, for example, there's no reason why interim administrator Sims shouldn't be allowed to apply and or interview for this role. What came out of last week's meeting was, and I remember it vividly, Chairwoman Davis said preferred 3 to 5 years experience as a city administrator or city manager, and the commissioner from the 6th who supported that, even though he's not a voting member of the subcommittee, went back and said, what about deputy administrator or deputy city manager? And those things were included in that conversation and in that discussion from a discussion standpoint. And so those things were raised about making sure that we gave folks opportunity, that if you didn't have direct experience as a city administrator or as a city manager, then you could have served in a deputy's role. But again, the key word here is preferred. That was the key word, preferred. And so that was not exclusionary under any circumstances to keep folks from who are here currently to be able to apply for that role, up to and including, in my mind, interim administrator Sims. So I just want to caution us. I'm going to come to you. I see your hand. Okay. Everybody's hand. I'm going to come to you. Again, we're going to have a robust debate about it. So I just want to caution us on that. Don't take the approach of where we dumb down the role, because this is in fact a very significant role as it relates to our local government. And if I'm wrong in attributing that comment to the commissioner from the 6th, then I'll withdraw attributing it to him. But that was certainly part of that conversation. I remember vividly where we included those things in that conversation. All right, I'm going to come to the commissioner from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to the 6th, then I'll come at you to the 4th, okay?
I didn't say that,
Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't make the comments. If my memory serves me correct, I shouldn't call the name, but you just called the name and it wasn't me. That was Commissioner Flanoy. He asked the question. I think, but throughout the discussion, we eradicated the possibility of that. We said we didn't want that. The committee come that they weren't looking at that. Commissioner, he gave a couple of scenarios. So we wanted to stick with the facts at hand, and so that's what we did. But I didn't make the comment, but you already made that. But we did not do what you suggesting in point of the kind of latitude and looking at that. We were very specific. To your point, the chair did say preferably, preferably, I think the word is. But at the end of the day, they ended up being very deliberate about 3 to 5 years. And I think the real hang up there was whether it's going to be a manager or whether it's going to be an administrator. And that's what become the great debate that came around that until you all was able to, my colleague, Commissioner Mayor, we clearly understand it was just a title. Their roles in the essence were the same, but the responsibility of government, the manager would run the day-to-day operation and the manager was doing things quite different from an administrator. So that was the conversation was.
Okay, very well. All right, I'm going to the commissioner from the 4th. I'm coming to you on the 8th, all right?
Thank you. Somebody can have 20 years experience in a like role. We took that out. We took that absolutely out. So a person can have 1 year, 2 years, 3 years as a direct administrator or city manager, but they can also have 20 plus years of like experience. That was stripped out, as Commissioner from the 6th just said. That was eradicated. There's no such word as preferred there. So, I won't address all what I consider those ignorant comments. What I'll say is this, is we have the ability to find some folks who can be young, fresh, or old in this business. But when you tighten it down to so many specific things, you might not get what you're looking for. And we've hired a lot of folks in this government that, for lack of a better word, had retired from somewhere else and came here for a little while and were gone again. We haven't given ourselves the opportunity to grow with anybody. So I stand by what I said and I stand by my motion. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I don't think anybody's questioning your ability to stand by it. I'm going to the commissioner from the 8th.
Thanks, sir. It's really disheartening to know that a committee was put together last week to go through all of these nuances so we wouldn't have to spend time here today doing this very exact same thing that was discussed. It's very clear what is happening here. It's much easier to control somebody that has 1 to 5 years experience. In my mind, it should be really simple. It should say 3+ years, not 3 to 5. Because what if somebody has 6 years? Does that mean that the process is going to chunk them out? I just don't understand why we keep doing this to ourselves. Here we are, almost a year and a half into having an interim administrator, and yet we're still having a conversation about the process behind hiring somebody. I've been part of a lot of interviews during my tenure, and never once has any of those other top positions required less than 3 years experience. So, you know, for us to dumb this down to 1 to 5 years or whatever, you know, I think it's completely ridiculous.
Okay. All right, Commissioner from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
I don't know how to say this no more than I already said this now. The committee chairmen have been put together. We came out with this thing thinking that everything was good. Now all of a sudden, people who are not on the committee done made a decision somewhere at some other time to change the requirements. Commissioner Sire was on the committee because he's administrative service chair, but the others wasn't even on it. But they gonna go along with a vote to dumb down the situation where we need experienced people in this organization. Now, if you get a painter to paint your house, you want somebody been painting for 3 to 5 years, somebody just started painting last year. Or if you want somebody working your car, you want somebody with some experience. And that's what we were saying. We need somebody who understands our government, who understands government, period, and be able to come in here and know. You get a young man or a young woman who fearful of their job because of these bullet tactics that we use a lot of time on employees, that they're gonna be doing what somebody else said. Now, I ain't playing no more game with you. I got to December, and we're gonna do right till December, Cap, and that's all there is to it. It just don't make sense for us to act like nobody see what we're doing, that people ain't smart enough to know that we trying to backdoor something or somebody. I ain't doing that. Those days are gone. Those days are over with. Now, comment to yourself or comment to me, because I can comment back. But I don't give a ham saying about none of that. We're gonna do the right thing. Anybody gonna fall for that okey-doke trick? You're gonna call together and caucus and try to change things around, man.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Hold on. All right. I see your hand up. I see your hand up. All right, going back to the commissioner from the 5th. All right, you have the floor, sir.
I want to make a motion that we send this back to the committee to decide, the chairmen to decide. I don't really think this should be an open meeting. I think it should be, decision should be made with the committee. So that's my motion.
Well, you've already got a substitute motion, and that's been debated. And now you're back to the commissioner from the 4th motion. So let's take action on that. I appreciate your candor and what you said. And so to that end, you had a subcommittee that worked very hard on this process, and effectively whatever happens next may negate that or support your candor. So let's go ahead and vote on this, Madam Clerk. And so you'll have an opportunity to vote on that. Madam Clerk.
The motion is to revise the presented job description to read 1 to 5 years experience and proceed with the recruitment of a recruiter by the HR director.
So, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll come back to that in just a minute. I'll come back to it in a minute because I don't want us to get hung up on recruiting a recruiter. That's just a matter of hiring a recruiter.
Or hiring one.
Yeah, hiring a recruiter to proceed with this process so that we can be completed with it by July 31st. We've been in this
meeting. In the meeting, the committee did ask questions to the HR director regarding presenting possible recruiters to the commission. So that's the only reason that was discussed in the meeting as well.
Mr. Mayor, let me say one thing, Mr. Mayor. Can I say something?
All right. Recognize the commissioner from the 6th.
Mr. Mayor, the only thing I see for take of time is allow, what the clerk just said. I agree with what she just mentioned. That my colleagues will allow the HR director to go ahead on and hire after she make the decision and then move on and start the process to get us to those next level and not bring it back to the commission. Let the HR do what she does and look at those prospective persons into this and make that decision and go ahead on and keep the process moving.
We can't move the process, Mr. Mayor, until we get first of all, we gotta get this vote. Ain't no, the HR director, one thing. You can't put the HR director out there to get her to do something when we hadn't even made the vote yet. Let's prove the subcommittee recommendation and then get the HR to follow up. That is true. You don't get the cotton head of the whole.
All right, so we're gonna take action on this. All right, Chair, recognize Commissioner first.
Mr. Mayor, I was a part of that committee, and the only thing that I didn't agree with is the 3 to 5 years. But everything else that committee came up with, I was okay with. We do. I don't think that the work that the subcommittee did was wasted. I mean, it's not unusual for us to discuss stuff on committee one Tuesday and then pull everything off the agenda at the regular committee meeting the following Tuesday. That's how we operate. Now, I remember, and many of you all probably remember also, that when the last president we had was running for office, a senator from Chicago, what they talked about was this lack of experience. And as it turned out, he did an outstanding job for this country. And then he was replaced by someone else who lacked experience, and I can see the difference. I don't think everybody can, but I can see the difference. So when you put experience or lack of experience, you're basically saying that when the interview come up, whether I have confidence in this person to move this city forward, regardless of whether you have 1 year or if you have 50 years. And I think that's the problem that I have with the 3 to 5 years. Not that I'm trying to make that position available for anybody, because regardless of how many years experience they have, they're going to have these 6 votes in order to sit in the chair. So that's the position has been my position all along. And I have not changed that position when it comes to experience.
Attorney Brown, I'm going to pose this question to you. And again, to the degree that members of the commission are voting, what did not happen is we didn't get a copy of the updated or revised job description as we were expecting or should have gotten. And I pose that to you. Ms. Rookert is not here, but we should have gotten that. So absent us just simply saying this is what we're supposed to be voting on and for with these noted amendments, were there any other changes that we have not had a chance to look at? I don't know.
Mr. Mayor, the job description was attached to the agenda item in the book.
Okay.
The revised job description.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, let's do a roll call vote.
Mr. Clark.
No.
Ms. Davis.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Franham.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett.
No to the games.
Ms. Hassan. Mr. Sias,
Commissioner Hassan.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hassan.
Did you hear me?
No, we didn't. What?
I said yes.
Okay.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
No.
Mr. Mayor, we have a 5-5 tie.
Madam Clerk. The mayor votes no.
Tell nigga,
Motion
Mr. Mayor.
failed, 5-6.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to reinstate my motion again to approve the subcommittee finding, have the HR director to follow suit as we previously stated.
Second.
To
Who was that, Mr.?
You can't reinstate a motion.
I'm making another motion. I ain't reinstating no motion. Man, where you been?
This
You got
item
to
is
stand.
done. This item is done.
Listen, Mr. Mayor, I made a substitute motion again.
No, Commissioner from the 6th. Let me get everybody to suspend.
I ain't said nothing, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, you got your hand
You
caught.
get-
You
you
ready to
getting
say
ahead of
something.
me now. You getting
Let
ahead
me
of
get
me.
everybody to suspend. Let me just, I mean, you know, my frustration in this conversation right now is that we're turning this into a Bush League conversation. And we're better than that. I mean, we're better than that. I mean, it's very Bush League what we're doing right now. And at the end of the day, we want to give people opportunity, and we want to make sure that we have the best persons representing the city of Augusta in any role and in any capacity. And so, you know, as much as we try to take the emotions out of this, what we cannot do is sit in the huddle another week, another day. We need to take action on this matter, and we need to move it forward.
That's right.
And so, again, to the degree that this is a matter that has lingered and persisted for the better part of a year, we have to do something, and we need to do it today. As I have said, and again, I'm gonna be very direct about this. As I said on last week to several of you who spoke with me, talked with me, our interim administrator, since he sits in that role, he absolutely should be given opportunity to apply and or interview. If that was what the goal was, if that was what the end game was, to allow him to do that, that absolutely should happen. What shouldn't happen is that we take this process and we diminish it, and we diminish the role of the administrator. That shouldn't happen. That absolutely should not happen. When you look at the fact that, as I've said earlier, the second largest city in the state of Georgia, with one of the strongest economies in the state of Georgia, our neighbors right across the street most recently hired someone to replace their former administrator, Todd Glover, who's now leading the Municipal League of South Carolina. And for us to be at this place, let's take the politics and the gamesmanship out of it. Let's do the right thing, move this process forward, and interview all candidates who would apply and be brought forward to us by a recruiter, and make the best decision for the city of Augusta. That's what needs to happen. Attorney Brown, I'm going to come to you at this point. I don't know if the best posture is for the commission to reconsider its previous action, which may be where we need to be, but I'm going to defer to our parliamentarian. Attorney Brown.
Yes, sir. A reconsideration motion requires that there needs to be new evidence or reason to believe that something was not previously considered. At this point, I don't see any intervening evidence of that. However, since the commission obviously is going to either reconsider it today or next week. I think with the consent of the commission, if the commission desires to continue to vote or rediscuss without objection, I would see no problem with that.
Yeah. I think it's prudent upon all of us. We need to move this process forward. I mean, we've been here long enough, and I would ask this body to for us to wisely move this process forward. All right. I'm going to come to the commissioner from the 4th.
Well, since thank you, sir. There's a process to move. There is a process to move this thing forward. The only thing that the subcommittee was looking at was modifying that process. But the process is already there, still viable and still legal, and it can move forward from there. The action of the subcommittee was something that we added in a little bit different there for that. So if that did not pass, which it did not, either way, then you have the process that's been used is still there. And my motion or my statement about this was simple. It wasn't all this charged up activity and all this don't make sense and all this. The simple process wasn't about games. You put forth a motion or you put forth an agenda item and you go from there. I don't know why we got to have all this other curriculum to go with it. And the simple thing is you vote it up or down. So we have a process that's already in place and we can most certainly use that. Thank you.
Okay. Well, to the degree that there's a process, then again, what was done by this body was to attempt to effectively put all of those in the same thing. If we're going to move forward with the recruitment as it relates to an administrator, the job description has been amended. We can take these things in a piecewise fashion, but more than anything, what needs to happen is that the recruitment process needs to move forward. Okay. And if we're going to have folks to be interviewed, then we need to let folks be interviewed, and then we take that process and select the candidates from that pool. That's what needs to.
I just want to interrupt you, not being rude, but nothing has changed. Not the description nor the experience or none of that was effectively changed. And,
Right.
and that's the statement you just made.
That is absolutely what I said.
The existing process is still in place and the existing standards are still in place.
So at this point, we need to move forward with HR pursuing a recruiter, and we taking the job description and moving forward.
We haven't voted on that, Mr. Mayor.
You have voted on it.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider our previous action.
Second.
All right, I got a motion and a second to reconsider your previous action.
Point of order. Point of order.
State your inquiry.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, you actually enlisted the attorney into that discussion, and the attorney laid out some criteria, and I don't see where that criteria has been met.
Well, again, a motion to reconsider the commission's previous action is a standard process. It's consistent with your commission rules as well, as has been done on multiple occasions when there was either unreadiness or a concern about the action that was previously taken.
All right, my point is made. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to do a roll call vote, motion to reconsider the previous action.
Okay, Mr. Clark,
No.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Fenoy,
I'm confused.
A motion to reconsider the previous action opens debate up about the work that we were just doing, the debated matter that was just on the floor.
All right, I go for that. That's the
Mr. Branham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Son,
Mr. Hassan.
Yes. Do you hear me?
was that yes?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sayers, He's muted.
You're correct. Abstain.
Okay. Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries 8-1-1 with Mr. Clark voting no, Mr. Sias abstaining.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to put a motion on the floor. With this going on today, I do respect the body of work that the subcommittee has done. We cannot get anywhere. We want to try to get this done. I think we're going to back up. So I would put a motion that we respect that we are voting this as the subcommittee approved it, and with the HR director getting ahead, Hannah.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 6th. Madam Clerk, we've got a motion and a second.
Okay. Mr. Clark.
Would you please read the motion?
Yes, sir. That is to approve the revised job description as submitted by the subcommittee, and that the HR director will proceed with procuring a recruiter.
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
No.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Sun,
Yes.
Mr. Sias,
No.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams, Mr. Dennis Williams muted.
One sec. Oh, there you
Okay.
go. Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries 8-2 with Mr. Fenoy and Mr. Sias voting no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Mayor.
Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 2nd. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, in
Yes, sir.
a little bit ago, you were saying something when we talked about the experience being 1 to 5 years, and you said that we had the word in there preferred about the length of time. And in the copy of the job description that was in the booklet, it said served 1 to 5 years. So it's not giving any preference. You know, we would say we preferred it versus somebody being able to get in there. See, like you said, related field of study preferred. Okay, it's not saying one exact thing, it gives you a little variety there. So do we need to adjust the description to include that language?
So, Commissioner from the 2nd, I'm gonna refer to the action that was just taken by the commission. In my naive defense right now, I don't have my notebook, and I read all of that, and that's why I asked a moment ago. Attorney Brown had you sent it. Madam Clerk clarified and said it was in your notebook, so I missed that. My notebook's at home right now, but I raised the issue around preferred because that's what I remember Chairwoman Davis stating when we were in the meeting on last week. Madam Clerk, next item.
Mr. Mayor.
A commissioner from the 5th, State Inquirer.
All right, so just for clarification, anybody can apply. We just prefer 3 to 5. Anybody can apply.
Nope.
That's what I'm hearing. Otherwise, we need to go ahead and do a motion saying 3 to 5. Because if you said prefer 3 to 5, then if I got 1 or 8 months or 7 months or whatever, then I can apply for that job.
Let me state again unequivocally. There is a job description that was just adopted. I don't have it in front of me, That's my fault, not anyone else's. So I don't know what it says that's in your notebook. What I do know is applications are going to be made by people to include folks who are currently in local government, okay? The job description simply says, here's what you're looking for, okay? It does not say I can't apply and I shouldn't apply. That's the thing that again, as I said earlier, concerns me, okay? You can in fact apply. That job description, as adopted by this body just a moment ago, simply says, here's what we're generally looking for. Madam Clerk. Next item. Number 5, item number 5. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
Okay, I'm here. Item 5, discuss RATP development request for additional compensation for their employees and reimbursement of expenses related to the COVID-19 pandemic.
I believe we've got some folks who are waiting to come in and talk about that issue. I think. Ms. Dottery. Ms. Dottery. All right, we're waiting on Ms. Dottery to come in.
Mr. Mayor, let me say something, if you don't mind.
All right, state inquiry.
Mr. Mayor,
We can hear you.
I want to revert back to what my colleagues just asked about, that I don't think we need to mix apples and oranges about what we just approved around this administrative position. It is very clear what's there, and we shouldn't, pander to that. What we got is serve 3 to 5 years as administrator and our city manager. And I think that's going to be, I mean, even your language, I think you made the strongest approach today to do something different. And so I think we should, some of my colleagues, I want them leaving here assuming that we're going to do something different. We voted on what's in the book, and that's what we should be trying to heed to for the most part. The exceptions to all rules, but what we wrote in the book is what we need to, our colleagues need to be mindful. That's it, first and foremost, that's our priority.
Thank you. Ms. Dottery?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we're on item number 5, a discussion on RapDev request for additional compensation.
Yes, sir. I apologize. The computer had kicked me out.
No problem.
The item before you is RapDev has requested additional compensation for their employees based on the hazard pay that the city approved on April the 6th and to go to May 1st. This item, and they also asking for COVID-19 expenses. On this item, Transit has said that we disapprove that item. And the reason being is because the hazard pay that you all awarded to the city was from, as I stated, April 1st through May 1st, April 6th through May 1st. However, they're asking in their request to be paid from January 20th through June 30th.
Ms. Dottery.
Yes, sir.
So I'm looking at a resolution online right now, or amendment to the operating agreement. Is there a dollar amount? That's $5 per hour?
Yes, that's the $5 per hour that you all voted to give to the employees on hazard.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go to the chairwoman of public services for comment? All right, Chief yields. All right, I'm going to the commissioner from the 10th.
Yes, sir. Bless you. Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Ms. Doherty.
All right, Ms. Doherty.
Is it not true that the transit drivers and that team are on a dollar amount contract per year?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, then why can't they take the money that they're paid yearly on a contract? Why can't they pay their transit workers out of the money that we pay them yearly on the contract?
Well, sir, they do pay them out of the monies that they receive from us, but it's because the commission had approved the hazard pay and everyone was coming to work every day. So that's why they felt like with this CARES Act that we just got from the FTA and DOT, that they would be entitled to reimbursements for their employees. So they wanted the same hazard pay that you all approved for the city. But I still say, because the request comes from January 20th, when the CARES Act started, until June 30th, I don't believe that's allowable, because that's not what you all approved for us.
Okay, so, all right, everybody pause for a moment. I'm gonna go in this order. I'm gonna go 6th, 2nd, 4th, and the 9th. Let me clarify, Ms. Daugherty, this commission included the transit workers in the hazard pay, okay? They were included in the hazard pay when we went through that process. Now, just for clarification, the resolution, I believe, that you brought before us, is it attempting to go back to January 2020 until June 2030? Because those are really the sticking points there. While the first COVID incident in America was 19 January, this body was very direct about when hazard pay was implemented. So at a minimum, if we're having a conversation today, it needs to coincide with when the Augusta Commission voted and approved for hazard pay to be made available to city employees that included the transit workers as well, not the January 2020 to June 30 period time frame. That's what I would offer. So I'm going to the commissioner from the 6th, the 2nd, and then the 4th and the 9th. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You gave some clarity in your opening part of that when you made mention in our terms of reimbursement. You were saying that we included the transit workers. Is that what I understood you to say? Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Well, then, and if that's the case, that gives me a different perspective on it. I agree with everything you just said. For that window, for that month that we compensate our people, then that means we comes up because we in line to get in about $6 million as a result of that. And so we just amend the contract at that particular point. If we included them, I think it would be unfair to include them and then not compensate them. Now, obviously, we can't honor what they're asking. It's just that winter that we did that. But also, they got an additional $5,000 there that where they bought supplies and stuff for sanitary reasons and stuff like that. So what you just said, I believe, and I'd like you to ask the attorney, I think I can support, if that's the case, what you just said.
Okay. Yes,
and
sir.
that is
Thank you.
and that's around the issue that if we included them, those employees, we should,
Absolutely. All right, Attorney Brown.
Yes, sir.
The question that is before us is, and again, the question probably is better for Administrator Sims, and that is the matter of including the transit workers in our hazard pay. That was a clear action that this body took. Administrator Sims.
Commissioners, we did have a proposal as far as
Can you speak up a little bit, please?
Yes, can you hear me better now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The was included in our continuity and operational plans. As for the request from Rapid, it was outside of the time frame that we had approved for hazardous pay. That is, as you recognize, the big question we have with this, the commission's decision to approve hazardous pay for the transit to align with the time that we had approved hazardous pay, then that will be the decision of commission. Their request was outlined outside of the time that we had approved hazardous pay for our employees. The $5,367.47 charges for the cleaning and additional expenditures for COVID-19, the director Dottery recognized those are allowable expenditures, so we are in support of those expenditures.
But that's a contractor.
Okay. Commissioner from the second.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Mr. Mayor. I was just looking on the MOU. They want us to pay all related labor costs and expenses. If they're a private contractor, I don't see why we're paying any of it. That's it. Because, you know, we shouldn't be, they said labor, anything regarding payroll withholdings, any costs associated with that, the labor costs and expenses caused by the epidemic or whatever word it is. That shouldn't be our responsibility. They're a business. We've hired the business. That's their responsibility, not the city's. Thank you.
Commissioner from the fourth. It's on you, sir.
Thank you. Just to make sure I'm clear, I support the supplies, the amount of the 5,000, and also support the hazardous pay for the same period that the other employees received it. The question that I need a little clarification on is when we first talked about amending the schedule for the bus drivers, there was a question about we would have to pay for it. So, and that's not my last point, but I just wanted a clarification where we can from Ms. Daughter and them. What obligation did we incur that we should be able to pay them for under the COVID process? I know we did it for free fares, and then, but we was talking about the hours, but we decided to leave the hours the same or whatever it was. So can I get a clarification on that point?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Sias. You all did agree on the free fares, and that's still in place at the moment. And as far as the reimbursements go from the COVID-19, the CARES Act that we're receiving, as Commissioner Hassan mentioned, the 6.4, we can get reimbursed for the fares themselves, and we can get reimbursed if any employees took time off due to COVID-19. We did not have those issues arise because everyone was coming into work and putting the service on the street, in which they still are. So when it comes to an agreement, this was a discussion with them on this amendment, but the agreement was everyone came to work and still put the service out. And in order to protect them, to take care of them, that's when you all agreed with us that we would do the suspension of fares.
So in line with that, Ms. Daughter, if I may, ma'am,
yes, sir.
Is it your opinion
yes,
that
sir.
we owe them any other money besides during the COVID timeframe that when their employee will come into work? Do you feel like we owe them anything for the actual employee salaries?
No, I do not.
And that was kind of what I was thinking. And so, so really there's no salary issue for us to address because they all got paid, but for the supplies and the fares, those are the things that I think we decide we were kind of clear that we were eligible for reimbursement on the COVID-19. And I just want to clear that up. So
Yes, sir.
thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. All right, I'm going to the commissioner from the 9th.
Commissioner Williams can't hear you.
He can't hear me?
Commissioner Williams. I think
Yeah,
so, Mike.
Commissioner Williams.
His mic is muted.
I don't know what's going on there. Commissioner
His
Williams.
mic is muted. That's what's going
Yeah, I
on.
know. Yeah, it's
How about now, Mr. Mayor?
okay. Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me
You
now?
got it.
Well, I know when we decided to give those money to the people who are at risk, and the bus drivers maybe not our employer, but they driving our bus. Had to we started fast and had, I'm gonna say, hundreds of people riding the bus that don't normally ride the bus. So if anybody was in a position to get something or to get sick, it certainly was a bus driver. So I think we're consider what we can during that time frame to pay those drivers, to pay those that whatever extra money that was that we ought to be able to get reimbursed back from. Now, I don't believe in extending contract or changing contracts, but we got to remember that we talk about human life. We talk about the city of Augusta who had loaded the bus down with all of their family, all of their children, and nobody wearing a mask, maybe one or two out of the 30 or 40 that gets on the back of the bus. So I think we need to be mindful of what we're doing. I'm in favor of trying to make sure that we take all our I can't hear nobody. I can't hear nobody.
All right, we heard you, Commissioner. So all right, we're gonna go to the commissioner from the 1st.
Mr. Mayor, I support paying the transit workers the additional $5. Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor? Am I muted?
We hear you. Keep talking. We hear you.
Okay, yeah, I agree and support paying the transit drivers the additional $5 an hour during the time that our city employees worked. But I also think that we ought to pay our sanitation workers the additional $5 an hour, because they would, to me, fall under the same situation that the transit workers fall under. They out here picking up our garbage every day, putting themselves at risk. And I think if we're gonna pay the transit drivers, we need to pay the sanitation workers also.
All right, so here's what I'd like to do. I appreciate that. We have a single subject matter that's before us right now, and we need to move this along. I don't remember the effective dates of COVID pay for the city of Augusta employees. It may have been April 1 to April 30. That may have been that time frame. I don't remember, but let's
April
get
6th to 1 May.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, so April 6th to 1 May. All right, that's, again, you've got an amendment to the management and operations agreement on page 1. The date shall be effective from April 6, 2020 until May 1, 2020 for hazard pay. If we can get that in the form of a motion, we can move this thing forward. All right, Commissioner from the 8th.
One quick question before we move forward with this. Are these transit workers contractors and not employees of Augusta?
They are contractors, and when we adopted the hazard pay, there were 3 Augusta employees who were included in that conversation. Because they are contractors, they have come and said, pursuant to the CARES Act funding, and I believe your finance director will say the same, because we're getting those resources, we certainly can move forward with this because it's covered on the transit funds through the CARES Act.
Can we get the finance director in on this conversation?
I'm sorry, sir. Repeat
Can we
that.
get the finance director in on this conversation? And let's double check before we vote on this.
Well, sure. Administrator Sims, you want to comment on that?
Yes, we can, if you need the finance director to add some additional.
All right, she's on here already. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Administrator Sims. We've had this discussion already once of where we said we had the transit dollars. Each of you got a document to the tune of roughly about $8 million from a transit standpoint. And so we've had this conversation before, as a reminder. Ms. Williams. Okay, she was there a minute ago.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's more of a legal question than anything. Can I say something while you're waiting? I'm sorry.
All right, I'm ready. I'm ready for Ms. Williams. Ms. Williams, Director Williams.
Yes, I'm here.
The question the commissioner from the 8th has raised is the issue of CARES Act funding for hazard pay to address this issue.
And, well, in regards to the contractors, Mayor, that is the question that I had.
All right, so state your question, sir.
Is this even an issue that we should be voting on and approving since they are contractors to the city? I mean, I'm not sure why we're voting on non-employees.
Because it's an amendment to the contract. There's a set rate of pay in the contract, and you're amending that. And that takes commission approval.
Director Williams?
I see your hands up there, Commissioner. Donna, go ahead, please.
Right, okay. If these are reimbursable under the CARES Act, they are reimbursable only under the section of the CARES Act that specifically pertains to transit. And I will be 100% honest with you, I have not taken a deep dive into that just yet. If Sharon has a higher level of knowledge on that subject, I will certainly defer to her because I have not researched this specific question related to that section of the CARES Act. And I apologize for that, but I was not prepared.
Have our employees in transit been paid?
The 3 employees that are on our payroll have been paid, has paid when they physically reported for work.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner from the 6th. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, yes. I mean, if you remember, I was probably one who led the charge, I would say, for lack of a better term, to acknowledge they were not our employees. And I thought the contract in hand covered everything for them in that regard. Later on, I did find out that each month they give us a submit form of hours of work, and as a result of that, we cut them a check on month to month. But here's where I'm looking at, or here's the way I'm looking at this now. As we know, the CARES Act is going to give us a little over $6 million for transportation. And if you include this whole process around these employees and everything, what we in essence is saying, knowing that we will get reimbursed, here's some employees over there that's on the front line. And so knowing that the government is going to give us $6 million, we're going to give them the same thing we gave our employees. We don't lose any money. I think it'd almost be, in many ways, unfair to almost take the money around employees if we're not going to give them money just for that window. I'm not talking about the window that the contract is asked for, just for those 3 to 4 weeks or whatever that we actually paid our people, to be consistent with that. And so we know without a shadow of a doubt that we're going to be reimbursed. We've talked about a lot of grants here lately in this process and who's going to get what. Well, this seems altered, but this is guaranteed. And all we're saying is that, hey, they're gonna pay us for this, although they are our own employee, so we should be able to compensate them in light of that. And then, Mr. Mayor, I think it's a legal question, whether actually we get ourselves in harm's way, but I think it gives us the leeway, knowing that we definitely know for sure we're gonna be reimbursed. They've guaranteed us $6 million.
I'm not even sure where the legal question is. There's documentation that's already been provided that says these are allowable under the CARES Act. I mean, we've already been down this road. There's not much left for us to talk about other than to take action and to vote on this. And again, it's not a legal question. There's documentation that substantially supports this action. I'm going to go to the Mayor Pro Tem, who's raised his hand a couple of times. All right, he waves. All right, Attorney Brown, if you want to weigh in, you certainly can.
I think we talked about this at the previous when the previous request came in regarding the schedule, and we talked about gratuity. I think that argument has been removed. I think we're free from the gratuity in that we have received the assurance that this is a permissible activity for the city to do. What we're really doing is basically passing through federal funds that the feds have already indicated they are willing to pay these workers through us. So we could go forth with it, but I do have concerns about the drafting of the attached amendment.
Attorney Brown, did you not see this before it showed up in the notebooks?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So what are your concerns if it's in front of us at this point? I mean,
I was what was requested, I would be recommending against. They had requested to go back to January. I do not believe that is appropriate, and I do not believe.
We just said that.
Pardon?
We already acknowledged that. We said that the dates are April the 6th through May 1st.
I understand that. This document states that it is entered into in April 2020. That is not the case. I believe that the document needs to be cleaned up to do what you decide to do. Is not what's in this document.
So yes, we all agree on that. We agree. So Attorney Brown, would you make the amendments to this so we can take action on it?
I can't type it up now. I don't have it in Word. Other thing is, when does the pay end?
May 1st. The same, pursuant to commission action, this amendment under item 5, this amendment shall be effective from April 6th to 2020 to May 1, 2020, which are the dates of the commission action for hazard pay for city employees.
That will also need to be this agreement.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
That will also need to be revised in this agreement because it carries it to June 30th. If the commission makes a motion to approve with the adjustments, then if the commission is satisfied and produces an approval letter to that effect, that could be done and submitted for signature.
That is a discussion. Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
I'm coming to you. Commissioner from the second.
Regarding item number 8, if we could receive this as information and instruct the
Hold on, Commissioner. We have not taken action on item number 5. We're still debating number 5.
Well, I'm giving a recommendation for a motion.
You said item number 8.
Oh, I apologize. Number 5. I got my hand on it, but anyway.
Okay.
I recommend that we receive item number 5 as information with the instruction to the attorney and finance to come back with the exact totals that's due the contractor. And then we will vote to pay it one way or the other.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Thanks, sir. All right. Thank you very much. All right, we're receiving this information with Attorney Brown. You tracking?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, item number 7.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that was item
That was
7.
the commissioner from the second with the motion to receive this information and the commissioner from the
Okay,
fifth.
direct staff, Attorney Brown and Finance to come back with a recommendation, right?
No.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk, I'm gonna recognize the commissioner from the 5th, but we're gonna go to item number 7. All right, Commissioner from the 5th.
We're not gonna vote?
Well, we're receiving this information, and I took the same approach that I do often on the floor. You receive this information, and we go on to the next item.
Mr. Mayor, I was just a little bit too fast. I knew you were going to number 7. I was just going to say motion to approve. Why would we sit here and haggle all day about somebody sitting on the sidewalk?
Meeting on my 311 phone.
I would second it.
Phone.
I got it.
Okay, is that a substitute motion, Mr. Mayor, to approve?
No. Look, everybody suspend. Madam Clerk, again, we on item number 5, we're receiving this information, and staff is gonna go back and come back to us with a recommendation. Okay? Item number 7, you haven't read the caption yet.
Item 7 is to discuss and approve allowing small businesses to expand their footprint into sidewalk streets for the next 60 days due to COVID restriction.
Commissioner from the 5th.
I want to make a motion to approve it.
And I second it.
All right.
And I have a question. I have a question.
To you. I got you. All right, got a motion and a second. Commissioner from the 5th with the motion, second with the second. All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 4th, Station Inquiry.
Thank you. I support the idea of them being able to move out onto the sidewalks, but I do have a concern about closing the side streets. I'm not sure we're all aware of that. And also, item 2 of this agenda item, small whatever you want to call it, number 2, I have concerns about number 2. Totally in favor of number 1, but number 2, I have some issues with that part right there about street closure, and are we saying what side streets, and about off-duty police and the traffic and sheriff's department, all this. Could we do it without number 2? And I want to suggest that to the Mayor Pro Tem for a response, if you don't mind.
All right, I appreciate you doing that. All right, I'm going to come to the Mayor Pro Tem who brought this information to us. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So brought this up, some business owners downtown had vetted this, and we saw Aiken do it. We've seen other municipalities, Savannah's talking about it today. Basically, we need to expand their footprint so these businesses can survive the next 60 days, and that was the reason I brought it forward. Now, as far as number 2 goes, it's only on Friday and Saturday, and they basically have to submit to the sheriff's office to approve it or not approve it. And I don't believe it's very many streets. I mean, we're talking about between Broad and Ellis, and maybe 3 streets is what I've heard. So I don't see it that much of a nuisance, and we're only talking about 60 days, and I don't really see why we wouldn't want to support that, just on basically the times of where we are, and why not help these businesses. As you saw on the letter, 5 of the major restaurant owners know about this. They were vetted by the DDA, kind of looked at it and got this information with their board of directors. I think the DDA is ready to support it from a standpoint of promoting it publicly. I think this is just a good morale booster for downtown Augusta, frankly. I don't see why we would want to not put in the street closures because of what it would mean for those businesses for those 2 days a week. It just makes sense to me.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm not trying to stand in the way of this. I completely support number one. I have concerns about number two. So, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to the commissioner from the 10th. Commissioner from the 10th. Okay, he waves. I'm going to come back to him. Commissioner from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr.
Yes,
Mayor,
sir.
I'd like to ask Attorney Brown a question here around this issue.
Okay.
Attorney Brown.
Right here, sir. Right here.
Yes, sir. When you look at the caption on here, when it says for the next 60 days due to COVID restrictions, does that present a problem around COVID restrictions?
Are you asking because you believe that the state of emergency may not last that long?
Yes, and most time when you do COVID, those kind of state of emergency, you can only do 30 days that we've talked about, and we know the governor is going to. So I'm simply saying to satisfy this, just let the sidewalk for the next 60 days. Don't put no conditions on it. That's my point. Do we need to move that?
Either way, the ordinance, the sidewalk ordinance has to be amended, as you see in number one of the entity who wrote it, which is DDA. They recognize that they're requesting you to amend the sidewalk ordinance to allow that. So we could get the sidewalk ordinance amended. We could do this anytime. It's not just tied to COVID. However,
Mr. Brown. But my question is, based on we've been trying to stay within the law around COVID, can we if we use the word COVID here, that we fall into those executive orders and things like that? I'm saying, is it safer just to remove that and say for the next 60 days? I understand the amendment of the sidewalk ordinance, just remove the COVID restriction part of it and don't worry about June 13th. That's my question.
Yes, you could remove that wording, but when we effectively do it, the wording would not be there anyway. But for purposes of your motion, I do not see the word COVID as being a problem.
Okay.
Because the action that's really the true action you're going to take will be the following meeting when you have the sidewalk ordinance before you and you amend the ordinance. If you don't tie to COVID at that time, which we would suggest, like you are suggesting, that the sidewalk ordinance will be amended, but in that amendment, there's no need to reference COVID-19.
That's all I want. Listen, I think, you don't need to bring it back our ordinance with COVID in it. Okay.
Right. But the other thing is too, if I may, Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
regarding the closure of the streets, I also think as well as planning and engineering need to be tasked to bring that back and to put forth the regulations and the guidance of how that must be done, and not leave it up to business owners to put their products out in the streets. There has to be guidelines for it.
And they've reviewed this document.
Yeah. All right. So at the point in time that we bring this back, then we'll have that conversation. I do concur with you, Attorney Brown. You're absolutely correct. They need to be included in that process. All right. I'm going to go to the commissioner from the 9th, unless you've got something else, Attorney Brown.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not opposed either way, but I just think we got to be careful when we doing what we're trying to do here. We're talking about extending. We talk about this virus of COVID-19, and we're going to extend. We don't have very much room on our sidewalks now, downtown or anywhere else. Downtown is the biggest issue for a sidewalk. But if we do this, where some people have not took advantage of the sidewalk space because there's limited space now. When we started this, we had to go back and look at how much walking distance, how much space. Broad Street is, even with this virus, is thriving. Friday, you can't find a parking place on Broad Street, folks up and down. And we're gonna extend the sidewalks out with the businesses. Then what are we gonna do about the people walking through? We're finna create something there. It sounds good. I'm not opposed either way, but I'm just saying we got to think about it. And if we extend this, if we take our ordinance and revise it, that's other businesses who have not used the sidewalk gonna start using that. We're not like a lot of cities. We got to make our own. We got to have some rules and regulations. Just cause this COVID-19 is out, we can't take advantage of the rules. So I'm not opposed. I'm just saying we got to be careful. You don't want to put people in harm's way when people walking by because they extended it out. You got a lot of people on Broad Street now. So we got to be careful with this one. That's my 2 cents.
All right. All right, we've got a motion and a second.
Yes, sir.
Are there any amendments to the motion?
Well, what is the motion, Mr. Mayor?
All right, it's to approve. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
To approve allowing small businesses to expand their footprints into the sidewalk streets for the next 60 days.
Okay, question, Mr. Mayor. Is it approve small businesses wherever they are?
Downtown.
Just downtown.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I mean, I thought everywhere because I mean, we have places that there's restaurants and things that need the help that are not downtown. So when I think everywhere, that would be my thoughts.
Well, and I don't think you just limited to downtown. I think you have to use anybody who get used in the outside area when they extend it. They had that same opportunity. Again, we can't have for some and not for the others. So I'm not opposed to this. I just want to make sure we dot the I. But if you talk about because of the COVID virus and the restriction we got, you're gonna put people closer to other people now.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, the Mayor Pro Tem did indicate all, but his attachment specifically talked about downtown. So do we change it to citywide, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem? Is that what you're saying?
Madam Clerk, I don't think that that's prudent. I'm going to go back to something that the attorney just stated a moment ago in terms of getting planning and engineering. I believe this needs to be isolated to the central business district downtown.
It says Broad Street. So that's why.
It needs to be contained to the central business district.
Okay, that's what the attachment says. Central
business district is not just Broad Street though. I mean, if you look at Ellis Street and even Jones Street now is beginning to grow. So I think that need to be specified, Mr. Mayor.
Again, that's why I'm saying central business district. I'm talking about those arterial streets as well. Ellis, Jones, where you have businesses that are there. All of them are not co-located or situated on Broad Street on either side. And so I think that's appropriate. That's why I'm using the catch-all term, central business district. And functionally, everybody knows that that's our downtown corridor effectively from 13th Street down to 6th Street.
All right. They told me downtown consists of from Reynolds to Lane and Walker. We done changed that now. Ms. Bonner, is that true?
That's why I said central business district.
Wait, Mr. Mayor, I'm not disagreeing. I'm in support of this, but we can't have two definitions. Now that's what the old definition was.
Mr. Mayor, can we go ahead and vote? We've been on this 20 minutes.
No, I'm asking.
We've been on this 20 minutes. You need to cut him off.
My question is, you can't. What's the central district business? Was it Reynolds Street all the way over to Lane and Walker, from 15th Street down to what? Now is that done changed?
No, that's the central business district. That is correct, Commissioner from the 9th.
Okay, well, yeah, I just want to make sure we understand what we're doing, that's all.
Yeah. All right, Madam Clerk, central business district. I think the attachment probably says that. We got a motion and a second.
Yes, sir. Mr. Clark?
He's trying to get back in. If IT could let him back in the room, that would be helpful.
You sure about that?
Ms. Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy?
Yes.
Mr. Franum?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hassan?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Marion Williams?
Yes.
Is Mr. Clark back in? Thank you. It's unanimous.
Did he vote or he just say he was back?
I took it as both.
Hey, let's do this. Let's do this, Madam Clerk.
Marion Williams? Yes, sir.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm State Inquirer.
I'd like to move agenda item number 8 in 2 weeks, if the will of the body.
All right, let me go down the list and try to get us to a place on several of those. Item number 8. Item number 9.
Mr. Mayor, that may be a tough one for us. We got a timeline on that. Isn't that time sensitive?
And I think we have some folk here. Are they still here?
On number 8?
And number 9, sir.
Number 9. Okay. All right. So we'll hold on number 8. All right. Number 8. Number 20. Number 28. Number 29 and 31. (32) and 33.
What are we gonna do with those?
We're gonna move them to the June 2nd meeting. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Can we dispose of 29 and 31 just because it's a time sensitive on the
Okay.
board?
All right, so
Handle
I
those
want
two.
you to.
Mr. Mayor,
Hold on. The commissioner from the 9th and the commissioner from the Mayor Pro Tem, y'all work that out while we get into what our cold list is. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to items 26 and 27. I know the commissioner from the 9th had some questions, but these are tier projects that have been funded in terms of the downtown roadway improvements. And this is simply entering into a master agreement. I think it's appropriate for us to approve both 26 and 27 in accordance with tier 1. So let's not mix these together. Madam Clerk, my original list of 8. 20, 28, 32, 33, and if we can move those to the June 2nd meeting. All right, without objection. All right, Commissioner from the 6th. Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just kind of respond to what my colleague just said about 29 and 31.
Can you hold on that, Commissioner? Can you hold? I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to defer to those two because they both had those items out there. But those items, all right, can we move those to the 2nd? I don't see any objection on those items, Madam Clerk.
Those two as well, Mr. Mayor, that's gonna be my recommendation.
Well, I had those in my list first, but we're gonna give them a chance to, work it out amongst the two right there, right quick, if they want to move forward with it. Otherwise, we'll put them on the agenda item for June the 2nd. Okay, so without objection. All right. On item 26 and 27, can we take them as companion and vote to adopt those? This is Chairman of Engineering Services. Item 26 and 27, you say you had some questions. I tried to walk through that. Again, the background material is consistent in your notebook, but these are tier 1 projects, and it would be prudent for us to move this forward. All this is preliminary work that needs to be done, and Augusta's funding that through our tier funds. So,
Mr. Mayor, the Engineering Services Chairman, I did have a couple of questions about 26 and 27 for sure. This master agreement with the CSX transportation, I don't know what that agreement reads. I do know that it talked about $59,400 here, and they said that I think it's coming under the budget on one, and I guess the budget was quite the same on 26. Is that right?
yes.
Yes, and both of those on
Yes,
budget,
in both of those. Yes.
under budget. Well, the tier project is a serious project, and I'm in support of it. But when we doing work with the CSX transportation facility, that's a major industry who has a lot of funds. I want to make sure we're not spending the fund that they ought to be spending. Now, engineering handled that, and I did talk to Malik about it. I didn't have any questions. I'm not in favor. I'm making a motion to approve it. But I do know that you got to keep your eyes on this type of situation here. When you're talking about agreement with the CSX, who have not been a friendly partner to Augusta for many years as far as spending money. But yes. I want to approve though. But when I saw those figures, and I thought I would ask those questions.
Yes, sir. All right, so we've got a motion to approve items 26 and 27. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Clark?
Yeah.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Joy?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Franum?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sun?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams?
Yes.
So, items 26 and 27 carries unanimously.
Okay. All right, Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioner from the 9th. Items 27, 29, and 31.
Yeah. Go ahead, Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, I had the backup put in this. I'm not opposed to reappointing anybody, but we got people in our community who have been here for many years. We have people been serving on the board for years and years and years. And on top of that, 15 to 20 years is a long time to be on those boards. When other people are qualified, other people have asked about serving on these boards. So I know it was the District 9 side that supposed to be making that appointment. When the Mayor Pro Tem made that appointment, I didn't get a call to say, well, we think we ought to do this, we think we ought to do that. I had already asked the clerk to put this on the agenda, not knowing that he had, because he's serving that board, he had already mentioned about putting him on the agenda. So I'm proposing to put Ms. Daniels as the replacement, not because Ms. Yatnak had done something wrong or not a good person, but I just think it's time to do what we're supposed to do with these boards. District 9 supposed to caucus together and come up with a name. This lady lives in District 2, right around the corner from Commissioner Dennis Williams, but a great person, meet all the guidelines. And I think it's time for us to do what we're supposed to do. You can't have people on there for 15, 20, 25 years on one board. The commission got a time limit, so.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I wasn't trying to supersede any side. Honestly, just being the liaison on the board, I was asked by the director to help get this appointed. It was supposed to be on the agenda a month ago, something happened or something. And again, this is a different board. These individuals go through significant training. And just with the times of everything we have going on, I just think it's the right move to reappoint people in this situation because of the training and aspect and what these tax assessors, what they go through and the good job that they do for us. So I would like to nominate Ms. Renee Datnack.
Well,
all right. So what I'd like to see us do is we're going to push this off. Let's push this off until the next meeting because we're going to be at a stalemate. We're going to be at a stalemate.
Yep.
Yeah, we're going to be at a stalemate.
Let's vote it up or down.
I agree. Let's vote it up or down.
Let's vote it up or down.
Okay.
We can
All
vote
right.
it.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we'll take item number 29.
I'll second that motion for the Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, item 29 is Ms. Daniel.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I got a
item
comment.
29.
Mr. Mayor, I got a comment.
All right. Okay, I know, I got your hand, Commissioner. All right, I thought we were gonna try to get to a good place of compromise. We didn't get there. All right, so we're gonna go from top to bottom here. I'm going to the Commissioner from the 6th. He's had his hand up for a period of time. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My position is, like I say, and I'll like to say for my colleague for the record, really be mindful of the tax assessors board is no different than any other board. When a term expires, a person is just in carryover status. We've shared it with them before, but they just insist on, Ms. Renee Datnack is going to serve there. If she never be moved, she'll stay there. She just be on somebody else's watch if she don't officially get appointed. But they just won't get that to try to tell us when we have to appoint somebody, even though you point out to them time and time again. The Department of Revenue said one thing, but also they acquiesced to understand that we have a holdover status in our government when nobody else is appointed, and they do recognize and respect that. That's one part of it. My second part of Mr. Mayor, when I look at the timeline that persons that have been here, I honestly think 12 years. Have I got disconnected?
No, you're still there. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I honestly think, Mr. Mayor, about 12 years is sufficient. We got one person been here 24 years, another been here 20 years, and stuff like that. I do know they get significant training, but that training within a span of the first term, they get it. There's a continuous education, but beyond that, I think it's a bit much. And we got other people who are qualified in the city, and so with that, we have to take that in mind because of. And just if next year you're talking about 28 years from us, I mean, they're not that desperate. You have real qualified people who are quick studies, who can get educated real fast and take the criteria. So I think 12 years is sufficient. And we ought to, in some form or fashion, adopt an official policy among ourselves on this particular board that after 12 years, that's be a maximum. A person can be reappointed, removed before then, but at the same time, 12 years should be a max.
All right, let's do this. All right, we got item number 29. Do I have a motion for item number 29?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we're gonna vote on that one and then we'll see where we end up at and go to the next one. All right.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
He's muted.
Mr. Clark, go ahead.
He ain't muted. He talking.
Mr. Clark.
He talking in the back.
You got his
finger. Right, he says yes.
Ms. Davis.
No, ma'am.
Mr. North.
No.
Mr. Phantom.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett.
No.
Mr. Hassan.
Yes.
Mr. Sayers.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
No.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion fails 37.
All right, Madam Clerk, item number 31.
All right, who's the motion on that?
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Motion to approve, Ms. Renee Datnack.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes, Ms. Bonner.
yes, okay. Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Sure.
Mr. Sun,
No.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
No, ma'am. Put it back on the agenda for the next meeting, though.
Okay. That motion carries.
All right, Madam Clerk, number 9.
Item number 9.
Yes.
Under find my agenda. Okay. Department requests directions concerning the elevator repair or decommission plan at 401 Walton Way.
Okay. Who's presenting on that? Administrator Sims?
Dowse.
Okay.
The Central Services, Ms. Dowse, is she in the waiting room?
I don't see Ms. Dowse. Okay, I do. All right. Ms. Dowse is on her way in. She's coming in.
And did you get the request, Mr. Mayor, regarding the two other wanting to address the matter at the appropriate time?
Yeah, is that Ms. Bowen?
Ms. Bowen and Mr. Crump?
Okay.
Ms. Bowen.
All right. All right, we're letting them in. If everyone could mute your devices, I greatly appreciate it. Mute your devices until called on. All right. Okay. All right, Ms. Dowse. Hold on a minute, Ms. Dowse. Go ahead, Ms. Dowse.
The 7 elevators located at 401 Walton Way, formerly known as the Sheriff's Jail and Administrative Offices, have been out of service since 2014. A recent inquiry from the State Insurance and Safety Fire Commissioner has determined that these elevators need to either A, be brought into compliance, or B, be decommissioned. I've included a couple of quotes, one from Premier Elevator, who has most recently done work on the elevators for one of the film companies. Their quote includes decommissioning 6 of the 7 elevators. They have provided an hourly rate for them to troubleshoot the 7th elevator, which those costs are not yet determined. However, they are not anticipating those costs to be enormous. The second quote from ThyssenKrupp does not give us an apples to apples comparison, simply because they gave us a minimum and they are requiring any asbestos or hazardous materials be removed from the facility prior to them performing any work. Because you have most recently allowed filming in this facility, I needed some direction on how you wanted to proceed as far as these elevators are concerned. The state has given us 90 days to make a decision and communicate back to them how we plan to proceed.
Ms. Dowse, what's your recommendation?
I don't have a recommendation, Mr. Mayor, simply because the commission has already agreed to allow the film partners to utilize this facility. So if we continue to do that, then we must bring the elevators into compliance.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not quite sure I agree wholeheartedly with the statement that Ms. Dallas just made. Because only one, for the movies that have been made previously, how many elevators was in use or was any elevator used at all?
One elevator, one film company paid to have one of the elevators brought into service. However, that elevator was done so without the state's inspection requirement.
Okay, so my question, and a total, how many movies been made in there? Estimate, not to be exact.
Well, we have a listing of 5 productions that have used the facility in 2019.
And how many of them use that elevator to your knowledge?
Only one, because the elevators were not in service.
So my point, Mr. Mayor, in saying what I said is that I only feel that one elevator would be sufficient and we can decommission the rest of them. That's my point. I don't think we have to make all of those up to code and spend that kind of money in there, not knowing where we're headed. One elevator at this time could be will be sufficient. But I would like to have one more question, Ms. Dallas, and you may know that you not. If we happen to decommission, though, can you put them back online or are they buried?
I'm not certain, sir, and I want to go back and clarify. I gave the option to decommission 6 and keep 1 in service. And so if I misspoke, I apologize for that, but I did give that option to decommission 6 of the elevators and keep 1 in service.
Yeah, to your point, that was in here, but the statement you made is what I was addressing. Okay, so 1 elevator for me, Mr. Mayor, is sufficient, and you can decommission the other 6. That's a motion I make.
I'll second that.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, Commissioner, while you second that, you had your hand up. Did you want to speak on this matter?
No, I was getting the clarification, 6 and 7.
All right, very well. Okay, I'm going to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you,
I got
Mr. Mayor.
everybody else's hands.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to hear from Mark and Jennifer just based on number 1, utilization, and number 2, what do they think the impact would be if we made the recommendation that Commissioner signed? And even if maybe they have a recommendation that maybe they only need 2 or 3. So I'd love to hear from them if possible, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. We'll do that at this time. All right, I'm going to go in this order. Ms. Bowen and Mr. Crump, okay?
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about it. Do want to quickly clarify, there have been 2 movies made in the Law Enforcement Center with the working elevator. The first was the Warner Brothers production who had the elevator repaired. And then the next production came in after that was The Royal. Mark Crump actually worked on both of those movies, and both of those productions used the 1 elevator that is in service. Quickly, I want to tell you that we have I actually prepared a sheet for you. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 prospective productions that are interested in Augusta and would use the jail in the rest of this calendar year 2020. So we definitely need the 1. It would be ideal if we had 2. Simply because if the 1 does go down, we would want to use the other 1. And also because we'd like to, the decommissioning, the way that I read both of those proposals actually does talk about cutting the cord, if you will. So that means that to answer one of your questions a few minutes ago, it would mean that those elevators would not be able to be reinstated very easily and would be at another significant cost. Mark, you want to unmute and
Mark, I recognize and thanks, Jenny. Mark.
Cutting the cord, if you will. So that means that to answer one of your questions.
I'm getting terrible feedback. I don't know if there's somebody who has an open mic that is feeding this thing through, but I
think your YouTube, if you still have YouTube open, you need to close YouTube.
Is that what's going on? Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, let me go to that. Maybe that's what's causing that.
It is.
Okay, how about now? Because I have been.
Yes, you're fine.
All right. Oh my God. Oh, that was terrible. I didn't have any idea what's going on. Hi guys. Okay, if you could re-ask the question. I was listening to two things at once and it was, yeah, I got completely lost.
So the question before you, Mark, is about the use of elevators and potential productions at the 401 Walton Way Jail Facility.
Okay, so one of the things that we've been doing is actively marketing the jail facility because it's a fantastic facility. I have a number of scripts. I can't tell you exactly who and what stars and all of that stuff right now, but I can tell you that as a result of the successful production we had on this last one, I've been signed on as a line producer, which means I'll be managing the budget and the crew and everything for 3 more films. One of them is looking to start in late June, mid to late June. We would be looking to use the jail facility for that. And as I get these scripts, I look through them and I see what do we have and where can we market, where can we put these things. That's a non-union show. Then I have 2 others that I've been signed on to, which are union shows. So they will be over that 3 to 5 million mark, bringing in a lot of money to the area. And I've already been signed for those. I'm currently involved as a producer on 2 additional films. One is non-union and one is a major union film with some A-listers that are also looking to come. And every one of them as soon as possible. And they're all clamoring for dates right now. And we're thinking that they're going to land sometime between obviously summer and spring to summer. But yeah, that just on those shows that I'm personally involved in as either producer or line producer, there's probably $15 million to $20 million worth of movies that are looking to come here that I can tell you about. At least 4 of them that I know of in the scripts will cause us to utilize the Richmond County Jail facility.
All right. I'm going to go to Commissioner from the 1st. I'm sorry, not the 1st, Commissioner from the 10th.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. You know, going in the vein of having extras for everything that we seem to do, street sweepers, extra ambulances, extra everything. I think if we're going to move forward with using 401, we need to have more than 1 elevator in operation. I think we need to have at least 2 in operation based on the theory that everybody uses. We got a standby in case one goes down. So I would make a motion to repair 2 and decommission the rest.
Second.
All right, Commissioner from the 1st. Hold on. Everybody hold on.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you, sir.
Are there for the parts of 401 to be used as a courthouse or juvenile court?
Repeat that question, sir.
Are there any plans for parts of 401 to be used as a courthouse or for juvenile court?
I believe the answer to that is no. This body has taken action, and the only reason it has not moved to demolition is this 1-year abeyance to allow film to proceed to see what that would yield in terms of movie productions in the city of Augusta.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, sir. Commissioner from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I heard the producers say you got 4 different movies coming, but I want to know, has he got anything in writing that he can give to the commission that's going to be binding? Potential is one thing, but I just need to know, was that something he got, any contract he got in writing that we can move forward with doing 2 elevators, maybe 1. But not having anything, I think we need to have something in, you know, that we know we won't be investing in the building, we're gonna tear down. Juvenile courts are still interested in that building. We went out on a limb for them and supposed to do something in our sales tax, whether it be at that facility or somewhere else. But my question would be to the film industry, do you have anything in writing?
Yes. So what I do have is I have the contracts that were done with the distribution companies that have me signed on as the line producer, which means I will be bringing those films to Augusta. Those are not the kind of contracts, obviously, I could put forth in public, but it is something that I can provide you in private, something that you could see that it's coming through. And these are, because I mean, these are entertainment contracts that highly,
well,
but I can give you proof that indeed that, you know, I've been signed on to do this.
Well, and that's my concern. I mean, I want to support, but at the same time, I don't want to invest in that building again and then say, you know what, you know, it really don't have that much coming. It might come, it may not come. But if you got something already set up that our attorneys can look at it with legal, they know how to put it out in the public. But I think we need to have something to base our decision on.
Absolutely. And I'd be happy to provide you with some of that to look at. Additionally, I am a member of Location Managers Guild International, and I was a part of a panelist. I was a panelist on a Zoom call today for over 150 location managers worldwide, including Iceland and people shooting in New Zealand. And as I sat on that panel and we discussed things, Augusta was on the forefront because we do not have some of the lockdown restrictions that major cities have. And I was discussing with somebody from London, actually, and he was saying the problems they were having. And the general consensus is that productions are going to be able to take off much more in smaller cities and outlying areas than they are in the major cities. So a lot of productions now are going to be looking to cities like Augusta for these productions to go, because we have capability for parking an entire cast and crew close to our sets, whereas downtown Atlanta, you don't. You have to shuttle people. You can't shuttle people and stick, 100 people in shuttle vans because of COVID. But if we can all park close, then we don't have that problem. So a lot of our rules and restrictions actually are pushing these larger productions back into outlying areas away. And I'd like to say that at least having been one of those panelists and promoting Augusta to the Location Managers Guild International as a whole, that hopefully will yield more results even than what we already have.
That's kind of a two-edged sword, because I'm hoping as elected officials that Augusta grows to be a thriving city and not a small town city.
Absolutely.
That we've been for 2,000 years. I'm for, we're talking about building a new arena and all this other stuff, but I get what you're saying and I understand that, but hopefully we won't stay where we are, that with all the construction and stuff going on now, that we are on the verge of moving forward. But that was my question to me. I got those answers.
We have, with the space that we have, and if productions are coming in, sound studios are to follow. When sound stages follow, growth is bound to happen as they start coming.
All right, I think there are two motions that are before us, Madam Clerk, if I remember correctly. That was an original motion, and then we had someone else come back behind us and make another motion.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, Commissioner from the 4th. Yes, sir.
I've been had that little automated hand waving. I don't know. You told me you could see it.
Yeah, you're correct. That was all on me, sir. That was all on me. I'm fading over here.
It's been waving the whole time.
Y'all working me hard over here. Go ahead, sir.
You're the only one get paid full time. So here's a question. Here's a question. You mentioned about the year abatements. And my question before you mentioned that was, when is this year we kind of stalled the demolition, when is that program to conclude that year? Ms. Downs maybe can answer that question.
Yeah, I would rather yield to Ms. Downs or someone else who has a little bit more energy than I do right now.
Ms. Downs, you're muted.
I don't have that date in front of me, sir, when the commission voted to extend the 1-year option.
Let me go to, let's go to our clerk on that matter, because she got all the answers.
I do, but I'm not prepared to give you the answer now. Jennifer has the date.
Okay, all right, very good.
Well, what you voted on was to allow us to have it through the end of 2020, and then you would reevaluate in December of this year whether or not you would continue it on in 2021. And you'll remember that when we were pleading our case to you, we were also saying, please be considerate of 2021, because that is when that movie by Warner Brothers will come out, and there will be a lot of attention coming our way. So, but you agreed to let us have it through the December of this year and to reevaluate at the end of this year. And I certainly hope you'll take COVID into consideration. You know, before we were shut down, we had 2 productions that were ready to come, and it's going to take quite a bit to get rolling again. We've got some great, opportunity in the production that Mark is working on right now that should start in June. But certainly I hope you'll think about those things as we move forward, but it looks promising.
Thank you, man. That answered my question.
All right, sir. Thank you. All right, Commissioner from the 6th.
Mr. Crump made mention, I think it's Crump, right, Mark?
Yes.
Yes. Are you in town? Mark, are you in town?
Yes. Actually, I am. I live here off Walton Way.
Okay, well, good. Well, do you mind by tomorrow something, just walk in the administrator's office, let him brief? Let him get a purview of the contracts that you have, so we'll have somebody that's satisfied per Commissioner Marion Williams' question. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to withdraw my motion, and you can vote on Commissioner Clark's motion, and we choose Premier Elevator Company. If you can attach that to his motion.
I will be there and bring those contracts in.
What they've asked.
Yeah, because she wanted us to choose one of these companies as well. So I was saying Premier Elevator would be the one, and you have 2 elevators per his Commissioner Clark's suggestion, a motion.
So hold on a minute before you do that. I see your hand over there, Commissioner. So let's go to Ms. Dowse though. I mean, you've got two references about elevator work, but let's make sure we're following all our procurement matters rules as it relates to that. So you want to speak to that, Ms. Dowse?
I do. So
good.
In order to proceed with either Premier or ThyssenKrupp, which it sounds like you're planning to go with Premier, you would have to declare this work an emergency for the safety of the facility, or I would have to bid it out.
Mr. Mayor, can I do a follow-up on that?
Well, I would rather you didn't. I hate when we get out here and we have these types of conversations. We should have had a posture before we got here, but for us, before we start making these types of decisions on the floor. All right, I'm going to the Commissioner from the 4th. He had his hand up.
Thank you. I'm gonna make a substitute motion, but it's gonna be really along with what the Commissioner from the 10th said, but it's just a little bit different. I propose that we get a bid on the repair of two of those elevators. Cause at this point, we don't have any idea what the price is or what it's gonna cost us. So I move that we get an estimate to repair 2 elevators at the 401 building. Substitute motion.
Can I get a second on that?
That was already on the floor. We already had that motion.
Well, you didn't include those things in there.
Second.
Jesus.
Okay.
Right. Okay. I've got a substitute with a proper second.
Are you decommissioning the others? Is that just understood, Mr. Science?
It was,
okay.
Madam Clerk.
Okay. All right.
All right. Voting.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. All right.
Well, Commissioner Hassan withdrew his.
Okay. All right. Mr. Clark.
Hold on, Madam Clerk.
He's muted.
All right, he's not. Commissioner Clark. You vote yes.
Okay, Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Oh, my Lord. Hold on, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Floyd.
Yes.
Mr. Franham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
Okay, it's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. All right, we're going to take items 15 to 16 as companion items.
Is Ms. Dowse?
All right, hold on a minute. We'll, all right, thank you, Ms. Dowse, and Jennifer and Mark. Thank y'all so much. Okay.
Okay,
All right, they're gone. All right, Madam Clerk.
Item 15 is to restart holding commission committee meetings in the commission chamber effective June 1, 2020 or earlier. Item 16 is to restart the committee process effective May 26th or June 1st.
Mr. from the fourth.
Thank you, sir. Since you put these as companion items, I move that we approve June 1st to start to bring commission meeting to the chamber and start the committee process.
Second.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This will probably be approved, but will we have the ability to have social distancing where we sit in the front row like we did in the beginning for myself and other individuals?
Well,
yeah.
I'll add to that. That's certainly a very valid concern. It's not just a matter of having the members of the commission be able to safely socially distance, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done on the floor in terms of segregating the seats so that folks are 6 feet apart. We can't effectively tell folks necessarily where they're going to sit at, but let me just say this, that is an important matter as well. That's consistent with, again, having opened the meetings up to the folks in the general public. And as such, we need to take all of those things into consideration. And I'll submit this, that we still haven't seen a 14-day decline, not just in Richmond County, but more importantly in the state of Georgia as it relates to the COVID-19. So that question's out there.
I'd also like to ask if the ability to call in starting on June 1st does not count against the 2 call-in votes for those of us that maybe not be ready to go in to the chambers. Do we have the ability to call in? Has GMA looked at that aspect as well? Yeah, well, given what we know from a science standpoint, I think the June 1st date is a bit early. I would offer an alternative for strong consideration to be given. I see your hand, Commissioner, from the 6th. I see your hand. I got you, sir. And the 9th. I got you. But I would encourage us to pause with coming back in, with all respect to the commissioner from the 4th who wants to get back after it. But we need to make sure that the same things that we've done in our departments around sanitization and isolating spaces, chairs and floors and rooms happens across the entire commission chamber. And so I'd offer an alternative date, which would be 2 weeks after that period of time. All right. I'm going to go. I'd like to make a
Yes,
substitute motion.
Yeah.
Substitute motion for June 16th to be the first time that we come in to the commission chambers.
Second.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go to the commissioner from the 6th, then the 9th. In other words,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask my colleagues, but you got two motions on the floor. But in the meantime, can we continue until about a month out that we continue doing, as we are currently doing, your commission and your committee together, as opposed to trying to be in there every week? So let's try to keep it apart for at least another month. Can you get that, add that to your motion as well?
Yes, I'd add that to the motion as well.
Okay.
Commissioner for the night.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We voted to allow the planning and zoning to go back into the meeting with the same scenario that we have when we meeting. Are we saying two things again? Are we saying that planning and zoning board, who sits in the same seats we sit in, who have a similar situation with the public? I mean, we send out two messages. I got no problem either way, but we already done instructed them to go back to work.
Yeah, I don't believe that that's the case, Commissioner from the ninth. What we approved, as I understand it, was for them to be able to do Zoom meetings, which is what's taking place right now. They're conducting Zoom meetings at this time. No different than what we're doing. We gave them the approval to be able to do the virtual meetings.
Okay, I didn't know they were doing the Zoom meeting, no.
Yes, sir, they are. All right, I'm gonna go, all right, so I've got the 6th to 9th, we got a substitute. I'm gonna go back to the commissioner from the 4th.
Thank you, sir. I won't get into a long discussion on this. I don't have a problem with my colleague from the 6th who mentioned that about, but I think that should be, we would only have, I believe, one meeting coming after the 15th for a committee meeting. So if he's saying the 13th, if he want to do a month, that brings it right back out, right around the motion that the substitute that the Mayor Pro Tem made. But we've asked our employees to go back to work. I think it's the same thing that applies to us as well. So I think that's only fair to everybody. We go back to work as well. And we didn't say they should not maintain social distancing. We said that. We've done that in the chamber before already. So I'll support the Mayor Pro Tems. I think we're doing our employees a disservice because we're not at work. Thank you.
So I know that again, this is a concern, and Commissioner from the 9th has raised this, particularly in terms of how we handle this conversation equitably. We've got all of these precautions that are being put in place to try to protect our employees, especially at the department level. And I offered the alternate date that would take us, 2 weeks out of June 1. But if I look at the data, and especially with what I most recently heard, I got a call this morning from our public health officials about what would be referred to as an outbreak at one of our local long-term care facilities just down the road. What I don't want to see, especially in light of where we are right now, again, with all deference to your concern, Commissioner from the 4th, I know this is an important matter, but our elderly population is coming in and out of this building right now as it relates to voting and all of those things. What we don't want to do is find ourselves in a place of where we have an outbreak because we're congregating in the commission chambers, and we're really not ready for that yet. So I hear the substitute takes us to the 16th, but I would again, out of an abundance of even more caution, suggest that we push that probably further back with an understanding that we'll continue to monitor as more data becomes available. All right, Commissioner, I'm gonna come to you to the 4th. Yep, I'm coming to you, sir. Go ahead.
You know what? Here's what's going to happen now, sir. Augusta is going to be functioning and running, and the government gonna be sitting at a standstill somewhere. People out doing things, working, running their businesses, and government are the folks who are making a lot of these decisions. I think it's unfair to our employees and the public for us to keep dragging our feet about getting back to work. And I certainly can't agree with what you're saying about dragging it further and further out. Actually, there was a lot of disagreement with what the governor did, but I'll tell you what, there's a lot of states across this country that's following his example. I'm a diehard Democrat, but I don't have a problem with agreeing with something when when I see where it's the right thing. We need to get our business going. We've got rules and things out to protect folks. We've asked the folks to do different things, but they're not going to sit around and wait for us. And they're going to be doing what they do anyway. I'm looking at these restaurants, and a lot of them are already government business done. So, as far as I can say, any substitute, but for me, that's it. We need to get to work. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner from the night.
I hear my colleague, but I want to remind
Vote this up. Can we vote this up or down?
Yeah, you can't hear it.
2 positive cases in the office.
Mr. Mayor, are you here?
I'm here. I'm looking. I'm watching. And I'm trying to be respectful of the commissioner from the night, but let me chime in right now because he's fading again. His technology is not working. So let me mention a few things.
Commissioner, but Miss Holmes Sullivan has in the paper the other day. I mean, this thing is real.
So yeah, we can hear you. Yes,
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. We hear you.
Ms. Bonnie, it's not muted.
No, we hear you.
You unmuted now.
Okay, we just had 2 cases in in Miss Sullivan, Hattie Sullivan's office over there the other day. So I'm unmuted now. Okay, thank y'all. Anyway, we had 2 cases over there in Miss Hattie Sullivan's office this day. This is a serious event there. And that's why we got to be really, really careful about what we're doing this time. She closed her office for 2 more weeks to start having people come in. And then we're going to turn around and do something opposite. That's my comment.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner M. Williams. I'm not sure what's going on with your technology, but let me offer the following as well. You raise a very valid point as it relates to what's happening in the clerk of courts thing. All right. It's not just a consideration that we have of the members of the commission who sit on the dais, but you got 4 people who sit less than 6 feet in front of each other with the clerk of commission, the attorney, the administrator, and the assistant who sit right in front of each other. And measures need to be taken as it relates to them to be able to safely social distance as well. And so we've got a substitute that's before us, but I would encourage us to push that back out further until we get all of these measures in place.
All for the question.
Yep. Madam Clerk, we got a substitute on the floor. We'll vote.
Mr. Clark.
It broke up so much, I'm not sure what the substitute motion is.
That the commission convened commission meetings in the chamber on June 16th. The commission and committees process.
No.
Ms. Davis? Mr. Fenoy?
Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
Mr. Franum?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett? Mr. Hassan?
Yes.
Mr. Sias?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams?
It's been so long, you have to wait.
He's muted.
Commissioner Dennis Williams?
He working on it.
Yo,
All right, you're live now. Go ahead, sir.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Marion Williams?
I'm giving it a go, y'all.
This is Commissioner Marion Williams.
Give a thumbs
No.
up, yes. Oh, no, okay. That motion carries 6-2 with Mr. Davis and Mr. Garrett out.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Let's inquire. Go ahead, sir.
I think the attorney, the administrator, the administrator and the clerk needs to still screen. They don't need to be sitting in that position. This body thought about them. So they don't need to be less than 6 feet in front of each other. No comment, Mr. Mayor?
Again, I just raised that concern. You know, again, I'm going to say this unequivocally. COVID-19 is neither black nor white, Republican nor Democrat. At the end of the day, it is a serious issue. It is a real issue. And to suggest that we've not been able to do the business of the people is just not true. We've had meetings for weeks now, and we've done the business of the people. So all of these precautions need to be put in place in advance of that day. And we need to work together in order to make that happen. So
yeah,
I'll close my comments there.
Excuse me.
Are we through, Mr. Mayor?
I don't think there's any other business before us. Commissioner Song, what'd you say?
No, sir. I was trying to make sure we were through before I leave.
Yeah, we are.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I think that's all the business before us.
Yes.
What would you do with the clerk?
Well, you're gonna keep her safe. That's what you're gonna do. We're gonna keep her safe, even though she didn't want me to come across her office.
Trying to act like I'm a dunce.
And how we do that?
No.
That's right. But how do we do that?
Treat me like a dunce.
No, absolutely not. I'm just trying to help. That's all. Just be helpful.
We're going to put Miss Bonnie in a plastic bubble. We gotta protect her.
Mr. Bell.
We gotta look out for.
Mr. Bell.
Yes, sir. Commissioner from the first.
It's 6:30 on Tuesday, and it seems like old times.
Yeah, we don't want this to become the norm. Absolutely not. This meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mayor.
Are essentially sequestered.